Hello, everybody. How's it going? How's everyone doing? Welcome in, Crispy. How are you doing? Gonna get started here in just a second. I'm just replying to a few comments. 1 minute. Hold on, everybody. Can't find it. Man, Instagram on PC frickin' sucks, guys. It's terrible. But reading comments on YouTube is so much easier on PC. It's crazy. See, Hugsy Playtime, welcome in. How's it going? Alright, let me close all of this stuff. Okay. Wish I could, like, lower my camera. I don't know if I can. I'm trying to think how. Because I'd have to lower my monitor. That would... I have to lower that one. It would be a little cursed. Give it a try. Or this one. But then now what? How do I lower my camera? Ooh. You want monitor? Move. Okay. Well, at least I can tilt it down a little more now. Or no, wait. Did I need to tilt it up? No, it was down. Okay. That's better, I guess. Alright, anyway, sorry about that. Am I live every day? Not every day. I'm live Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I'm not live Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. But yeah. I just need a couple days in there to take a break every once in a while. It is, way too much to do every single day. So. Let me put my phone in really quick. So yeah, we're gonna work on lured in. I would like to continue adding in the cool stuff, so we're gonna do that. Look, I'm misaligned. Too much. Right there, guys. That's good. That's good. Okay, anyways. Sorry for my shenanigans. So yeah, let's jump into it. All right. We are in lured in. Last stream we did we moved some we added sounds to the decorations and stuff. Also, we added in some new fish. So there's a couple things I want to get started with. I want to go ahead and automatically generate the spawn weights of our fish. So we're going to be doing that. But yeah, we got the... excuse me. The new epic sounds. The destruction sounds. Crazy. I don't know why I'm getting random lag spikes. It's a little weird. But yeah, it's coming along. So we also added in 2 new fish. We got the rudd and the... what was the other one? Oh yeah, the smallmouth bass. The rare guy. So yeah, we'll probably do a couple more fish today too. Just because it's good and easy. Alright, so I want to calculate the drop rates here. Right? So this is going to be a function that we run at the beginning. It's going to go through all the stuff and fill it out. So, I'll say David Huffman, welcome in. How's it going? How have you been doing? Let's see here. So one thing that we're going to need to do is kind of know whether a fish is catchable with the rod or catchable with the pot, because right now we don't know. So I'm gonna go ahead and say catch type, and we're gonna set this to something. Say Woolbed, welcome in. How are you doing? So I'm gonna go define a new enum up in here for different catch types, because we got all these. So we're gonna have enum catch types, either with your rod or a pot so far. So then back into the items table. Catch types.rod will be the default. Now we have to say global.catch types.rod. Okay. So we're good there. So now we're just going to go through all the fish that are caught with the pots, and we're going to set them to that. Should be pretty easy. So this guy's caught with a pot. And this way we can just tell if, you know... Because also, the reason why I'm making this enum instead of just a Boolean true or false thing is because in the future I might potentially add more ways to catch fish, right? So I don't want to make that complicated. I'm pretty sure that the axolotl is caught with a thing. Let's go see. Yeah, it is. Just had to make sure. So the particles you added yesterday look really good. Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I think they've turned out pretty nice. So... got the herring. Let's see, herring, mackerel, bluefin, mulla mulla. The red king crab. The sounds, yeah, I really wanted to kind of redo those a little bit because it was always a little weird. It was just like a little sprinkled, you know, ring sound. So I think it's a lot better. Did do anything after adding the sounds? I think that was the last thing. I was gonna work more last night, but I just didn't get the time to, so it's okay. We will work on stuff today, so. But yeah, we got like the poof sound, or not the poof sound, the destruction sound for when you break them. The little particles. So yeah, I think it should be a lot better now. Okay, and then the other thing that I'm going to have to define here too is also where these fish live, right? So we've got catch type right now. I could define all this inside of the regions table, but it's kind of easier just to do it here, I feel like. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we do that in the regions table. It's really hard to say. It's kind of nice not to have to generate which ones are where. It's probably easier doing it this way. It's kind of like equal. It doesn't really matter too much, but let's just say regions. And it'll be a list of regions. So we'll make it empty by default. Oh, it's going to be annoying to go through and type all that out. Yeah. That's okay. I notice I don't really have any way to manually override the catch rate of these guys. I don't know if that's something that I want to do. It'll just be purely automatic, which I guess is okay. I don't think I'm going to be overriding the default chances, so if there is like a problem, I'll just change the formula to do it. You probably don't want to make a small random multiplier like size. I don't think I'm going to be doing that because it's just the way that the system works for the fish. It's too complicated. Because the problem is like the way that everything is stored in the game is just a single string ID, right? So when you have fish in your inventory, it's just saying 3 goldfish. And it's really hard for me to like, I'd have to completely change the entire game and change the formatting of the IDs to be like dictionaries that store data. And then it's also really problematic because like, what if I change the sizes of a fish? Now all of a sudden you have a fish that is impossible and stuff like that. It's complicated. So I think it's just going to be better if we have like other size variations and stuff to just make it a different kind of fish. I don't know, the stack UI would be weird. Yeah, that's the other problem too, is the UI. It'd be quite the hassle. So, was the epic mechanic you're trying to implement? So, one thing I want to do for the fishing when you're out and about, I want there to be like little splashes or areas where the fish jump up in the water. And then if you actually go like cast your hook over there, it does increase the rate at which you catch a fish. That way it's kind of like just a fun little like thing to look out for, you know? I think it'll especially help early on when your catch rate is really slow, because it's going to be like a massive boost to the time that you're spending. It'll be like 3 times faster or something, you know? We'll figure out the exact values on that, but I think it should be good. So yeah, let's see. Do we want to do region defined in here? Probably be easier though. I'd have to change a lot of things. Because right now, like, yeah, it would also be easier in some senses though, you know? Yeah, let's just go ahead and do it. So li.region.pond. And the reason I'm making this an array is so that we could potentially have these guys stored in multiple locations. All these guys are going to be in the same spot right now. I kind of want to avoid adding in guys that show up in other locations. But maybe if it's like a rare fish or something like that, then I could see that kind of being okay. But otherwise, I'd like to avoid it, I think. And we definitely need to add way more rare fish. We gotta do that. River. I want to be fun too. No one want to fish forever to find a large fish. Yeah, it's really unsatisfying. Someone will want 100% the game, know there are bigger fish to catch. Literally, yeah. That is a thing too. That yeah, kind of. Yeah, I think it's a lot more fun to have like a limited number of fish that you can find and be able to actually like complete the game. Because I totally feel that like playing fishing games like web fishing and stuff, it feels like it's like, even if I find some super rare guy, there's another like unfair layer to it where I just have to hope and pray that I actually get a good size, because otherwise it's going to be worth nothing. So it just kind of creates a lot of tedium, in my opinion. I think it's a lot more fun to be like, whoa, I just caught an albino goldfish that's worth 4 times the amount, you know, like an ultra rare type of fish. I just think that's a lot more interesting. So I'm not opposed to doing stuff like that, like albino variants. I think would be kind of fun. Just a much more rare version of like common fish. So that didn't actually take too long. Now there is one spot though, I think, where the potfish overlap, which is in the lake. Because you've only got crayfish and diving beetles there. And I'm pretty sure that I also do these guys in there. A scrimp and a snail. I'm just gonna put those guys in there too so I can test the duplicate regions. All right, so anyways, we've got all those now. So if we go back into the regions table, I kind of want to delete everything in here, I guess. I'm gonna just comment it out just in case I want to go back to these numbers or know what they are or something, but otherwise we should be good to go. And I'll probably do a lot of different calculations here for what their chances of spawning are. I want larger fish to be slightly more rare, just because they're worth more, you know? I don't want them to be like so rare that they're the same rate as like a rare fish, but you know, a little bit more uncommon. So yeah, this one also has the shrimp and snail. Okay. So all those are empty now, which is good. We're going to dynamically fill those out. So back into here. Now I should have all the information I need to know. So we're going to get the fish data here. And I just need to know a couple things. So I want to like change the chance depending on the weight. So let's figure that out. I'm not going to worry about the chance with rare fish, because they should always just have the same rate, regardless of weight, I think. Let's open up, like, Desmos. So if weight is 1, it should just be normal chance. So let's just say, like, we kind of center everything around a chance of 100 for each fish, right? So we'll kind of generate our chance here. So var chance is equal to 0, or let's just say 100. By default. We'd be adding in-game achievements like Antaria and Clicker. We do just Steam achievements. I'll probably will be doing in-game achievements because it means I have the game on itch, right? And I could see like selling it on itch too. So having our built-in achievement system would mean that you can still like play the game fully no matter what platform you're playing on. So yeah, I probably will. I probably will do that. And then just kind of link it into the Steam achievements. Yeah, same with like phone and stuff or mobile. I can't access Steam achievements that way, so yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, there's a Juniper Devs game jam, very epic. I would join this, but it's kind of at a bad time, and also it's very long. I think it might be like almost during Next Fest or immediately after, and that's going to be kind of a busy time. Also, it's like a week long. It's a week long. That to me is too long, personally. It's cool, but it's too long. There's also a GMTK coming up. But that's also another really unfortunate time because it's like a couple days after Lured In comes out. So that's also not not ideal. I don't know when this one is. This one is probably more feasible for me to join the Brackies one. Because it's at a time where I don't think I'm going to be particularly busy with anything in August. It is kind of long though. It's from the 23rd to the 30th. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. There's Comfy Jam. This one starts really soon. That's going to be during Next Fest. That's not going to work. Yeah, I don't know. There's not really any jams here that's just going to work for my schedule. It's too bad. So, anyways. So, let's calculate this. So, like, default thing is 100 divided by X or something. not quite this rate, but like, so we'd have like 100 at a weight of 1, at weight of 2. Yeah, that's not, it would be 50. That's way too much. So we want to say like, not divided by x, but x divided by 0.25 or something. And that would kind of like decrease the rate, I believe. That seems to be worse somehow. Oh, no, not 0.25. Yeah, divided by 4. But then it doesn't actually retain the value, does it? Let's do this instead. So we have 100 as a base. We say minus x, right? This is much better. And then we can say x, you know, 50x or something. And I'll clamp it so it doesn't become insanely difficult to catch fish, because that just wouldn't be fair. And I'm also going to say x minus 1, like that. All right, so at a weight of 100, at 1, we have 100 chance. And at a weight of 2, we have 50 chance. We can lower this value to decrease that, so we could say like 20 instead. And I think that will make it at a weight of 2, it's now 80 chance. And that feels pretty good. So if you have like a massive, big, heavy fish, it'll drop that chance, but not like insanely fast. So what I'm going to go ahead and say now is chance minus equals fish data dot weight, right? So weight minus 1 times 10. So for each weight that we go down, it should decrease the chance of getting the fish by 10. And I think that should be pretty good. So all right, so we've got, if it's like a weight of 5, you should be a lot more rare. Okay. And then I'm also going to clamp this. So I'm going to say chance is equal to clamp f chance minimum. I want to be like 50. I think any lower than that, and it kind of becomes more of a rare fish instead. So this is just for the common fish, right? And then I'm just going to say down here if or match fish data dot rarity, right? Global dot fish, I think it's just called rarities dot rare. Oops. Global dot rarities dot legendary. And we're just going to manually define the rates here. So I think right now most of the legendary rates are 1, and it's just kind of not fair. It feels impossible to catch them. So I think I'm going to set it to like maybe 3. And then these guys should have a chance of like 10, I feel like. We'll have to mess around with these and see what it generates, but do heavier fish give more cash per weight? Not per weight. I think their cash per weight is actually less, but you know, it's like the same process. So like, let's say you spend 10 seconds catching a small fish. If you spend 10 seconds catching a large fish, then that large fish is worth more of your time, right? It's like more efficient. So that's why the larger fish are like, I want to make sure are a little more rare, because otherwise it makes the small fish kind of like feel worthless if you never catch them, you know? So that's kind of the idea behind it. To give more cash per weight per catch time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because that is a pretty big factor. It's like how much fish can you catch in a limited number of time, in a constrained amount of time. And if you were doing it that way, then the large fish would be worth way more. So especially when all the large fish proportionally their passive income also increases. So like fish that's weight of 2 will have double passive income. So those guys are extremely valuable in that sense too. All right, so we got this chance rate. So now what I'm going to do is loop through all of the regions where we find it. So for I, can't type. Fish data dot regions. We're going to do this. And then we're going to say global dot regions table. And then this is also where we determine whether it's a pot fish or not. So if global dot table, nope, if global dot or fish data dot catch type is equal to global dot catch types dot rod, we do that one, and then otherwise do this one. So regions table at our, I'm going to change this from I to region ID. And I'm going to pass back fish. This one's going to have pot fish dot push back an array of our chance and our I, which is our item ID, our fish ID. Do the same thing there. All right, so that should be it. Also, we had this thing before where we were like getting a list of where all the fish live, and now we don't actually have to do that anymore. I swear it was like called like fish locations or something. Yeah. So where am I building out fish locations? See, we did all this stuff before. We really don't need to do this anymore. Although that is how we get total fish count. So, but that we don't need to do that. Yeah, it's just items table.size. Never mind. So let's get rid of all this now, because fish locations is an old thing we don't need. Okay, so we got rid of that. Like maybe if I want to do the other way around, where you could look at a region and see all the fish there, but it's kind of the inverse. Like you see a fish and you see where it is instead. So we don't need to worry about it. Let's go see where we referenced fish locations. So really just right here. And that's just a list of regions. So now instead of all this garbage, we just say fish data, which we probably have in here. Yeah, fish data dot regions. And that's literally it. All right. And then the final thing that we have to do is inside of ready, we're going to set all this stuff up. So it has to be after we load in all our tables, and then we're going to call drop rates, calculate drop rates. And then after we do that, I kind of also want to print out what all these drop rates are, to be honest. So I'm going to say for I in global.regions table, I want to say print I.fish. Oh, and I have to make sure that there is actually... okay, but that's only inside of the fish data regions, so that should be fine, because it's never going to access a region where it can't exist in, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay. I don't know why this can't print out. Oh, yeah. Region data is global dot table dot get I. Then I have to print region data dot fish. I'll go ahead and do get fish, because otherwise sometimes it might fail on like the main menu and stuff. Oh, okay. Let's go try this out. I just want to see what the values that were generated are. Do you have any other ideas for NPCs, like the chef? I've been thinking about, or I've been thinking but not come up with something. So I have actually one in progress right now that Sunny has been working on, or I think will work on soon, which is the researcher. And they're going to kind of walk in and give you an opportunity to get rid of some of your research for money. Because I notice, like, sometimes end game situation, you've got a bunch of extra research and nothing to spend it on anymore. Someone's gonna walk in and be like, hey, I'll take some of that research and give you some money for it instead. And I think that should be pretty good. So this should just be a fun little NPC that can show up. And I'll probably add in even more too in the future. I just need to think of them. All right, so let's look at these values in here. So the goldfish, minnow, and bluegill are all at 100. Carp is 90. Koi is 10. Devil's Hole pupfish is 3. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. You got the same there. 90, 90, 10, 10 for the 2 rare guys. And then onto those guys. Sockeye salmon, 90, 90, 80, 10, 10, 3 for the catfish. Herring, 190, 70 for the tuna, 60 for the mola mola, and the arapaima is 10. Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty good to me. It did calculate everything properly, so let's look at what their percentages in the Fishpedia are, because it should show now. And it's showing 3% catch rate. Yeah, so that seems about normal, or what I would expect. This guy has a slightly higher catch rate just because there's fewer fish in the jungle. But yeah, you can kind of go through here now and see like what all these guys' catch rates are, which is nice. It's like this guy's 10%. That guy has a very high catch rate. Is there only 2 guys in the river? I thought there was more. Hold up. I swear there's like a bunch in the river. I don't think the beta is a guy. It's a lot of Corridora. That's it. That's all we have in the river. We need to add in more potfish for the river. So we should do that. Yeah, all these guys are looking pretty good. 19% for him because he's big. 4% for him. He's rare. So yeah, we'll have to just kind of mess with these percentages and see what feels right, you know? It's hard to say if 2% is good or 1% for this guy until we just go experiment and see what happens, right? So I'm probably going to do that. I might increase the chance for rare fish even a little bit more, but the thing is like it's just for 1 rare fish. So I was talking about this last stream where I was saying I would kind of proportionally change the drop rates of these guys depending on how many fish there are that are rare, and I might do that. It's gonna be a little bit more code, but I think it would make it feel more fair. So like if you have like 2 rare fish, it doesn't like disproportionately increase the chance to get a bunch of rare fish. Maybe I will do that. But also, maybe I should just add in more rare fish, you know, instead of doing all that. Because that's probably a sign that I need more rare fish anyways. So it's probably fine. Yeah, I'd rather just spend my time on that, just adding in more fish. So, because I need to anyways. So let's go take another look at all of our regions and stuff and like what fish we have where. So it's looking a bit hard to navigate the Fishpedia. Might want to add sorting or empty row between the regions or something else. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I do want to sort it by region, so we could definitely organize it a little bit more. The only thing though is that some fish like live in multiple regions, and it gets a little weird in that case, you know what I mean? Because it's like, well, do I put him in which region do I put him in, you know? I don't know why these guys are at the bottom also. I need to figure that out. Or probably just add them at the bottom. Because it's mostly sorted that way right now. You know, and then it's like, that's the lake fish. Then you're into the river guys. It's a little weird how it's sorted. I think I'd want to sort this like alphabetically. So I might do that. I mean, that would be the easiest way to do it. is to just go alphabetical. So it's a little easier to find the fish you're looking for, because you can be like, okay, I know I'm looking for the carp, and he's a C, so he's at the top. I feel like that's usually like the standard way to sort. But it is really nice seeing like these are the pond guys, and then it goes into the lake guys. So I don't know, it's a little tricky. I guess we could just do the sections and just pick whatever the first fish is in the list, and then if there's like we can have like a primary location as the first entry in the regions list, and then just not mention the other one unless you click on it and see. So probably do that. I think that's what we'll do. Okay. Let's go into the inventory. It's too hot in my room. What temp is it outside? It's actually kind of nice outside. Hold on. I need a little airflow. Alright, so here's the inventory menu. So we've got our tap containers, Fishpedia, and then over here on the left, wherever it is, the flow container. So we can just add a new node in here. That'll kind of work for this. It'll be a separator node, horizontal. Set this to expand. And then we can add on a texture rect for the region like icon. So you can do like just temporarily like the ocean. And I'll probably want to put text below what it is, so I'll turn this into a VBox container probably. Just feeling a bit empty. 7 viewers and only me in his chat. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It might be because I started later today or something. I don't really know. But it is what it is. Alright, let's put that in there. This has to expand. Now this... don't localize that. What have I done? I could do anchors and then do center on this like that. But then it gets clipped. Oh, that's just because there's like a... We'll need to do a margin there at the top. That's fine. So we could have something like that, and then underneath it, a label that is like ocean. I think that could work, and that goes above the icon, so that works pretty well. Alright, so we can go ahead and save this as Fishpedia separator. Did I spell that right? Separator, I think. I think that's right. Separator, yeah. And we'll dynamically generate those, so let's get rid of that now. Now, how do I want to generate these? Let's go up into ready. It's changed, ready. So right now we're just looping through every single item in our inventory. That's why it's kind of random. Oh wait, no, that's the inventory. Never mind. Oh, but that is also how we're doing the Fishpedia, isn't it? Which is a little funny. So yeah, I don't want it like that. I think that's why the sorting has been random and I've had no control over how it gets sorted. So yeah, we're not gonna do that anymore. So I want to loop through, like, I almost need to go through each region and get the list of all the fish in that region. It's kind of like almost what I feel like. So I might, I might return the fish locations. That's why I just commented it out instead of deleting it, so. That's fine. And it's got a string and an array. Now I kind of actually need to know. Oh, but that's like, it's different now. I want this to be, yeah, a list of our region IDs and then an array of the locations, I think. Yeah. So let's go back to fish locations. So instead of doing it like this, we're going to have to change this a little bit. So for ID in there, just going to get all the fish in there. Fish locations. Yeah, I don't want to append it at ID. Well, I think I can just say this. This should be really easy. So this will happen after we do the calculate thing up here. Yeah, we can do it this way. I see the Minecraft Live. They're adding a phone. I didn't see that yet. We can take a look at that here in just 1 minute. Because I am curious to see what's going on there. So I'm just going to say var fish is equal to region data dot fish. So that's just going to be an array of all of our fish. I kind of want to like do it better though, because that's going to do yeah, let's do this. So I'll just call it var fish list. An array of strings. It's an empty array. And then now for array and region data fish, I just want to say fish list dot pushback. R1. And that should be it. Then do the same thing over here. Hot fish, fish list. Okay, and then at the end of each of these loops, we just say fish locations at index region ID is equal to our fish list. I think that should be good. So that should just give a list of all the fish per region, so we just can keep track of it. It was easy before, but now we kind of need it again. So we're going to change the way that this gets added here. So instead of doing this, we're going to say for region ID and global dot fish locations, right? We'll have to get a new fish data thing here. So, hey, Nick, welcome in. How's it going? How have you been doing? Bring up, let's go. Now I'm going to say for fish ID in global.fish locations at index region ID. And then we get all of our fish IDs. So we're going to get fish data again. And I'm just going to change this to item ID because it's easier. Oops, I already got it. I'm a fool. Okay, and then I actually am not getting... I don't need to get it over here for this one. Pretty good, you? Yeah, I'm doing good. We're just working on just kind of making everything better right now. So we've got it set up where the drop rates for fish now are generated automatically. Before I was going in and like manually typing down all the numbers and stuff, but it was really annoying and complicated to do it that way. So we are no longer doing it that way. Okay, I just want to make sure this is all working, and then we will... What is this? Fish drop chances. Equals calculate catch rate. Okay, yeah, I do that here. That's fine. Okay, so that's going to generate all that stuff. And then before we go into each of these regions, I'm also going to do this now, which is preload Fishpedia separator. Instantiate. Our separator is that. And then I say separator.id is equal to region ID, and that's all we need to know. And then I also say button list.add child separator. Hopefully that'll work. So now inside of this separator code, I'm going to give it a script. And we're just going to set a couple things. So we're going to set the label to the text. We're going to have var ID as a string. Function ready. So label that text is equal to translate. First off, let's get our region data. Table.get ID. So region data.name. And also I want to set the icon. So we're going to say that dot texture is equal to region data dot icon. I'm pretty sure it's icon. Let's just go see what this does. It might crash, who knows? I have my Saturday and Sunday reserved for one streamer. Oh yeah? We got sent through like 4 raids. I should have come sooner. Ah, nah, it's okay. Spoils me with chill vibes and friendliness. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's the exact vibe I want people to have here. Whoa. Oh, it added the main menu and aquarium ones for some reason, so that's... It's also, like, not separating these right. What is it doing? Hold on, let's go fix this really quick. So... Inventory menu. It's because apparently it's adding other region IDs into the fish locations. I think I forgot to say if the list is empty, then don't add it in there. You know? So fish locations right here. And I want to say if fish list.is empty, is not empty, you know, then add it to our list. And that should fix it. And there's still more that we have to do. I realized on this, I do need to give the separator a little bit of spacing. Like this, so that the icon doesn't clip with other things. I don't know what the exact size of this icon is. What is it? Let's see. 40. So we can just set this guy to 40. And this label's really out on their own down here. I might make it a part of this. Let's also just give this like a little bit of a minimum size. Hopefully that'll be enough to set it to expand. And then this text, I want to do, yeah, we can do that position. Well, no, it has to be anchored. This. I could just have the text above the icon like that. We can experiment with that and see what it looks like in game. Okay. Let's give this another try, shall we? Let's go. You've been watching for 10 consecutive streams. Very epic. Thank you so much. Oh, it died. Oh, yeah, because now the label... Or no, the texture rect is in different... Oh, no, it is the label, yeah. Let's fix that. And then, yeah, I want to look at what all the new Minecraft Live stuff is. It already happened, I think. Yeah, the recap. So they're just going to show up the stuff they already have. The new update coming up. Yeah, so there's going to be a fall biome. Attention to. Hold on, let me go check this really quick. Okay, so it is generating the proper ones now, but obviously they're not like expanding like I want them to, so I wonder if they would if I just gave them a little bit more minimum size. Let's see what happens. So if I just do this and just extend them, yeah, see, there they go. They snap to being like the proper size. So we'll just do that. That's fine. So we got the pond fish, the lake fish. I think it's just nice to kind of get a better... It's organizing these a little bit better. You're like, okay, these are the guys in the ocean. These are the guys in the river, you know? So. Anyways, let's see. That happens with streams 50 to 150 views. Sometimes 2 feels strange, yeah. Imagine with it being Saturday, everyone's probably busy. Yeah. It looks kind of bad, the text over the icon. Yeah, that's totally fair. I also agree with you. I think we need to change it. I also don't like how the icon is like low, like doesn't fit the pixel size. I might have to increase the resolution of the icon or make it larger for it to make sense. What I might also do is just move this over to the left like that and actually turn this whole thing into an H-box container on the separator. Sort of like that. And set this to full rect. I don't know why this is getting squashed. Keep aspect centered. And then to fix this, I probably have to make it a minimum of 64 pixels at least. But it's so big that way, I don't really like how that looks, so probably just do 32, I guess. And this label, I might also go ahead and make it expand. Possibly, we'll see. Ocean. We can see what this looks like. Probably still needs more work, but... Yeah, one thing with me streaming later usually is that everybody's asleep. I would stream earlier, but it's really difficult for me too, if I'm being real. My schedule just does not. I have such a hard time trying to get up early for some reason. I'm just not built for it. Extra rect. Let's move these in here. Okay. Yeah, let's go look at Minecraft stuff. So yeah, this is the, I guess this is a little sneak peek of the fall biome. Yeah. Another drop. Yeah, the colorful forest biome. Poplar trees, which was interesting. Dungeons 2. I hope they fix the balancing issues of Dungeons 1. We'll see. This is just the next Minecraft movie. Whatever. Is that it? Is that like the only things they announced? I mean, this is like the official... Is there like a article? Yeah, we'll go here. It's probably just going to talk about this, though, the new biome. That's what it's called, the Dappled Forest biome, okay. It would be really cool if you could, like... Yeah, look at a biome like that, and I feel like it would be so epic if you could, like place these red grass blocks wherever you want. But that's just not how biomes work, and Mojang would never add in a way to set biomes manually, unfortunately. So it's a little sad. But it is cool. I do like fall biomes like that, so... And the wood is kind of interesting. Still don't know if it's worth the wait, but... You know, it is what it is. I'm gonna bet the game. It wasn't a full Minecraft live, more like a sneak peek. Okay, yeah. Kind of unfortunate. Why is this still... Oh, yeah, this was stupid. It's a little bit dumb. Okay. Something we could also do is get rid of the separator line and just put all of these buttons inside of a sub panel. And that's another option. I don't like that at all. Yeah, it looks pretty terrible. It's okay when it's short, but then when it's like long like that, it looks pretty bad. Let's move this out of there. We'll keep this on anchored center. I think we might just need to move the text down, you know? Like maybe we just do this. Maybe we just make the separator 0 size so that I can move the text back up, right? And then we just add another control node, an empty one above, so that we can prevent the issue of it like clipping like that. And then just say mouse ignore. And that would work. So let's give this a try. I'm gonna pull you up my tablet. Sounds good. Can find abandoned tents now. I think they're spawning kind of the same as ruined portals. They added wool stairs. Oh, really? Wool stairs? That's kind of crazy. Wool stairs. I never would have expected they would add that. That's crazy. So this is what it looks like with the text below. The only thing I don't like about this is it's confusing a tiny bit. Is it like, is the river these guys or is it these guys? I think I'm just gonna totally change the way I'm formatting this and put these into sub containers. It's kind of annoying, but it's fine. So how do I want to do that? So it has to be a panel container with just a flex box in it. I guess that's the way to do it. Okay. So back into the inventory. So let's see, scroll container. Where is it? Right there. So we have a margin container in here right now. I don't know if we really need that. Yeah, I think we can avoid that now, because we're just going to use a panel container. Thinking of reworking the whole, or the whole list UI, kind of a little bit. What I want to do is like this. So you have a panel container like this, and then within the panel container, that's where you have your buttons and the text at the top that says the area that this is. I think it'll just be a lot easier at a glance to tell what like section you're looking at. So that's the plan. What is this complaining about? Didn't work with single child control. Okay. Oh, is it? Oh yeah, we're gonna have a V box in here, so. This is gonna be set to expand. Like that. Okay. And then inside of these panel containers, I want to have a flow box, a flow container. I think that's how we're going to do it. And then don't make this panel expand. I'll give this a try. And I'll call this list region section. I'll just call it region section. Wikipedia region section. We're going to delete it. Back into our code. I'm going to get rid of the other margin container. So instead of loading in a separator, we ignore that now. We're going to load in a Wikipedia region section. And this is going to have our separator stuff inside of it. I'm just going to like copy these nodes. Go back into our section. Can't see nothing. Paste it. And now we don't have to bother with... Okay, didn't actually separate these out. Hold on. Gonna add a V-box above here, and this is just for like the top panel. Paste. Get rid of this. Let's call it top. Make sure that this is set to fill. Yep. What is this, vertical? No, we don't want to do that. Okay, so let's get rid of our separator. We don't need it anymore. So, welcome back. And maybe we'll just do something like this. It's hard to say. We'll have to keep messing with it, but also let's go ahead and, yeah, create a new code here. Copy this old code. Extends, panel container. Okay, get the texture and the label set up. And I'll just also go ahead and save our container. It's a flow container, and set it to that just so we have a reference to it. Okay, so now we can just add everything as a child of that. Let's go try it out. Will you be allowing learning music for free use? Yeah, I think everybody can use it for free, I imagine. There's no reason to ever copyright it, honestly. I always think it's stupid when companies do that. I'll have to double check with him because obviously he's the musician, but I imagine it'll be fine. But I'll make sure. I think soon we're going to start getting the soundtrack for that prepared. It'll probably be released on the release of Lured In, but at least just to have it kind of ready to go, it would be pretty nice, I think. So that's going to be the plan. So what I want to do here now is instead of adding it to here, I want to say sep dot container dot add child, I believe. Let's see if this works. Let's try it out. What is the Companion of the Lamb plugin for Twitch? It's for Cult of the Lamb. It's a game that has Twitch integration. I should probably like get rid of it. I don't know if I'm ever gonna stream that again. How do I delete it? Was it to swap your active extensions? Go to my extensions. Then I think I can just like disable it or delete it. Uninstall. Yes. It's gone now. Also, what are these? Spotify now playing. I don't use that. I also don't use this anymore. Oh, but these are not activated. Okay. I see. What other panels and stuff are here? There's a whole bunch of things. I don't know. We'll make our own. I was wondering because some other stream I was on had it as well. Yeah. Oh, add child and a null value. Button list is null? Oh, right. It is. Because button list used to be a flow container. Now it should be a VBox container. Boom. Oh, okay. Let's give this another try, shall we? Hopefully it all works. Okay. For the most part, but it's a little quirky, and we gotta fix it. Let's see, where is it? Just menu. You need to go into section. Make the top box expand. And also make it large. Like that. Okay, so we're on the right track, I feel like, but there's still more I want to do here. I think I'm going to change this into a HBox. And do that instead. Let's try it out. Let's go see. Okay, so that's where it's at now. Still not exactly what I want. I do also wonder if I want to increase the like resolution of this. I think I'd have to do like a massive resolution for it to be the proper pixel ratio though. It'd have to be like 96 by 96, which is just not, that's too much. So it's okay. It'll just stay at 32. And I think I'll set this to go at center mode. This one should not be expand. Neither should the label. So it'll be kind of like that. Sort of like how when you look in here, it's like that. And I might even swap these like that. Nah, I kind of like the texture being on the left. Okay, and then for the color or the theme of the container, we can also modify that. Because we've got all these different like thin ones, right? There's thin green. There's thin bright, which that's probably the one I'm going to use. Thin gold. It's kind of fancy, but doesn't make sense. There's also the blue one. So we're going to do thin bright like this. And yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Maybe swap the icon and the locations instead. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I do always have it like to the left, except in here. This is like one exception, but it's a little different. It's like showing a little icon there, but the travel shows it on the left. I feel like usually it makes sense to put the icon on the left. So I might go through and change that, but for now it's okay probably. But anyways, yeah, I think this is just a little bit easier. I mean, what do you guys think now that we went through all the trouble? Do you guys think it's better? I think it's a lot easier to find the regions, you know, that you're fishing in and stuff. Because now it's just like, yeah, here's the pond area. And the lake. I could potentially give more like separation between these. I don't know if I really need to. Ocean. Jungle. Should also still work fine with the normal font. Yeah, that looks okay. Devil's Hole Pupfish. Stats, locations. Okay. I'm not personally really a fan of the normal font, but some people like it. It is like too large. I tried to make it so the font would like scale normally before, but man, it was a nightmare. And also the problem I kept running into then was that if I scaled that font, it wouldn't even matter because you'd swap to another language and it would be completely broken. So, because you'd go over to like Arabic and the sizing is completely different. So it's kind of complicated. I think the trick is going to be just turning as many languages into or including as many languages as possible in our pixel art font, which to be fair, almost every single one of these does work. So, literally the only ones that I don't have as a part of our font are, I think, all of the Asian alphabets. You've got Japanese, Hebrew also. Icelandic is Latin characters. Even Greek we've got. Scottish is fine. Estonian is fine. Yeah, traditional Chinese and simplified Chinese. Unfortunately. But I'm going to keep looking for pixelized versions of all these fonts and stuff, and hopefully we can get it all unified. It's hard. It's a lot of work. So I didn't even realize we have ads going on. My apologies, everyone. Okay. I think it's good enough for now. Yeah, this is just a little bit more clear, I feel like, how things are organized in here. And now also that these guys have like their catching type in here, I can also specify where they're caught from. So let's go ahead and do that, shall we? So I think I do that inside of the inventory stuff, or the, yeah, it's in the inventory. I add it down in here when I'm generating them. So I say fish drop chances. It's down when I set the text in here. Yeah, I say drop val, catch box right here. Catch rate. So I'm going to add a new one on here, which is our catch type. We can do that. Add child catch type box. Okay. We're not translating this. What translation keys do we already have for pots? I have to go look it up and remember. Pot. Oh. Drop pot. Pots. An S. We can do that. I don't know if we have like rod or anything as a translated word. Let me search in English because it's really hard. Pots. Rod. There's no rod key. So I think we're going to add that in here. Good components, translations, English. Pots and rod. Okay, and let's say word referencing your fishing rod. So now in here, what I want to do is format this. So I'm going to say if fish data dot catch type, or I'm just going to say match. And then say global dot catch types dot rod. Global dot catch types dot pot. Okay. And that's where we set the text. So we're not doing that anymore. I'm not really doing a lot of this. Let's delete all this. Dot format. We're gonna have an image here. So image slash image, and then our text, which is gonna be 0. Oops, this one's actually 0, this one's 1. Oh, I'll be updating the demo more? Yeah, this is gonna be an update for the demo for sure, so. And then eventually we'll kind of chill with the demo content and focus more on content for the full game. And that's probably going to start mainly after Next Fest. That's going to be kind of the time when that really becomes important. So, but yeah. It's going to be TR rod, TR pots. Then I just need to get an icon of them. I know I have icon pot, so I'm going to copy path. Oops. Put that in there. And then I think I thought I had an icon for a rod. I don't think I do, which is interesting. I'm going to go draw one really quick. Let's go to icons. Still have that icon from a long time ago, the stronger line icon. I kind of abandoned that upgrade, but maybe one day we'll go back to it. Especially if we're going to have like snags as a mechanic. Alright, we're just going to build up the fishing rod. Probably best to update as much as possible for next fest. I definitely think so, yeah. It's going to be pretty important. What else do we have a rod in here? Is it going to be called just rod or... I don't know. I know I did like a big one, a high-res one for the minigame. Which I don't even see it in here. Oh, it's probably an equipment. It is. Fishing rod high res. So we can kind of use this as a guideline. Something like that. We'll make it red just because all of the rods are red. But that would be cool to make it so you could customize your rods, maybe eventually. Something like that. It's gonna have the eyelets or whatever they're called. Can't see nothing. Then this is going to be kind of waving around like that. With the hook over here. Can't put it there. Okay, then we got the, you know, the reel. It doesn't have to be like ultra rendered out. It's just a little icon, you know, so it's fine. But I'll try and make it somewhat visible. Something like that is fine. Let's also do that. Still gonna be gray. What kind of anti-alias stuff? Alright. Is there any way to remove doubles in Godot pixel art? Like, specifically for your outlines, or... Because, I mean, usually that's just something that you do in the art itself. There are some, like, pixel perfect outline shaders that I've seen, if that's what you're talking about. I will await the response. Oops. Or if it's called where the pixels next to each other and it looks thicker. Let's figure out exactly what you mean. So this is what doubles are, where you have in the corners, they are like thickened up like this, like they're stacked next to each other. Unless what you're talking about is, you might be talking about like resolution scaling. Like pixel art, bad scaling, or whatever. There's going to be an example of it here. Like this, where like you get like these weird, ugly pixels or stuff like this. Is this kind of what you're talking about? Where you're scaling by like a non-multiple of your pixel art? There's probably more examples like this too. Like this. Ah, okay, yeah. So I'm sure the word. You do mean doubles? So these. Okay. I mean, that's just something that you do inside of the asset itself. I don't know if there's like a... where are you noticing those in Godot? Is there something specific where you are seeing doubles getting generated? Like... because I don't know how that would be happening. I'm actually gonna move this out. Just don't... it might be the scaling is what you're talking about. That's the only thing I would think of. Because if you want to like keep integer scaling in Godot, there are some settings for that. I think inside of the project settings, you can go into like display or something. And I think there is like a pixel perfect option somewhere in here. I thought. I know they've been like doing a lot of stuff like that recently. Let's search for pixel. Common. Yeah, you can snap stuff to pixels now if you want. So I don't have that on, but... snap 2D transforms and vertices to pixels. That might be part of what you want. Otherwise, inside of your viewport, really the thing that you have to make sure is that it's always just a clean multiple. So like you pick a resolution, right? Like let's say that your screen is, or you pick like a canvas resolution of 640 by 360. That's a pretty common one. Then you just have to make sure that the resolution of your window is always a multiple of that. So, I mean, I'm happy to help. I'm trying to understand exactly what you mean. If you can find if you could take like a screenshot or something, or just a more clear example of what you're talking about, we can get it figured out. Let's see. Don't know what different scaling types are. There are types that share color with their neighbor. Yeah, like it could be that, where it's like getting blurred. That's something that you can fix pretty easily. You just have to change the filtering mode on your sprites. So it could be that is what you're talking about. Okay, I guess this sprite is okay. It'll get the job done. Might go through and do like a tiny bit of anti-aliasing and stuff. We'll see. Let's see. Welcome in on YouTube. How's it going? Oops, that looks terrible. Let's make this a little darker. Don't do that color there. We'll go like that. Fade it in a little bit. This icon doesn't have to be anything super special. Just need to be able to clearly see that it's referencing a fishing rod and not the pods. We're currently working on some sprites for my game, Lured In. It's an idle incremental fishing game. So I'm just drawing a little icon that represents fishing rods. Might even just like do different color for the rod, maybe. Make it a little more visible like that. Let's fill this in. I guess this is fine. It's a tiny bit noisy with the little metal eyelets or whatever, but I think when it's in the context of everything else, it'll probably look okay, is going to be my guess. But I do want to go through and get some things anti-aliased and stuff. So let's do that, shall we? Same with like along here. I almost feel like I need to like delete that one there, which seems odd, but I think it really helps smooth it out. One there. That's pretty good. All right, icon, fishing rod. Boom. Now we can go get that icon. Copy the path. Boom. Don't even remember. Oh yeah, this is for the little tags. So these might be too large by default. I'm probably gonna have to like set a manual resolution. But let's just see what happens. Go here. So now it'll show. I don't know why it just shows a 1. Let's go fix this. What's going on there? So we're setting the text to be that, and we're formatting it. So, oh, stupid idiot. A stupid dummy. I forgot to put the brackets. That's why I didn't do anything. There we go. So now it shows rod, pots. And yeah, the icon is way too large. I need to do the same resolution as the water icon, which I don't know how big it is. TR liquid. I need to figure this out. Looks like it's around, yeah, stats append 20 for the size on that image. So we can set it to 20. And let's see what that looks like now. Much better. Kind of a little small, though, in my opinion. Maybe we up it a tiny, teensy bit more. Maybe 24 would be enough. I just want to make sure it's not, like, changing the... Yeah, that's a little bit too much. Maybe 22. I can't wait for the new... Nope, that's even still too much. So I guess there is a reason I did 20. And I'm going to add a space on these two. Anyways, now you can see if something's caught with a rod or a pot. So that's going to be nice. Very cool. You don't like that it's pots and rod, not... Yeah, pots. Pot and rod, or pots and rods. That's fair. We could just add another key for pot. A singular pot. That'd be fine. Let's go in here, just call it pot. A singular form, oops, of crab pots. Just a single pot. Okay. And then we can go change that to pot. All right, we should be good to go. It's either rod or pot. Yeah, I just like having that there so it's easier to tell what's going on, because I just want all of the information here, you know, on how do you catch these guys and stuff. So it's nice having that there, being like, oh yeah, it's you catch them with the pot. So yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. The new layout of this, I think, is good. It helps separate this stuff and organize it a lot better. Before it was kind of random, and like also the thing I didn't like about it was that the pot fish were just kind of randomly sprinkled in and not like properly organized. So you'd like kind of go along and then all of a sudden there's like a guy down here that should have been found in the pond. So it's just really confusing. Yeah, you can see some of these guys do have multiple locations, but it just uses their first region. Oh, no, it actually is replicating them. Do we want to do that, or is that weird? Yeah, I don't know if we want to do that, like have multiple entries in here, because it's like, it's inflating the number of fish, I think. It's just kind of confusing where it's like, okay, I got that guy, but then also the same guy's here. So yeah. So maybe we should go ahead and not do that. Let's go back into the inventory. So it's really just in the locations thing that we have to calculate. And let's just say only get the first one. But the way I'm doing this is like, yeah, we'll reset the fish I've caught just to make sure it looks fine. Does that show up even when a fish is not discovered? I don't think it does right now, but we definitely could do that. There's some information like that that I think is nice to know before you start trying to catch them, because it can be a little frustrating if it's like you're supposed to catch them with a pot and you just didn't realize. So I probably will change that. Trying to think how we want to do this. I guess like we could have a list of ones that have already been added. So it'll just go to whatever the first one is. And then if there's another one that shows up, it just doesn't add it. We can just do that. I'll just say var fish added. There's an array, strings. Actually, I can say this one is a pack string array, I think. I think it's slightly faster that way. I don't think it really matters for this performance-wise, but, you know. So now this one, I want to say, yeah, I think we're the wrist check. We'll do that in just a second. And the posture check. Thank you very much. So if fish added and hydrate and the cheese time. Crazy. So if it already has it, then I don't want to do it. So if it doesn't have it, then we do that and we say fish added dot push back item ID. Let's see if that works. And I only do this once on ready, so this should be fine. Wrist check time. Not really my wrist, it's more like my hand and finger joints, but it's fine. So now those guys are not being duplicated in the lake and stuff. I think it's just a little bit better that way. It is, I mean, they do show up in the lake too, but their primary location is the pond, you know? And I might even make it in the future where those guys don't show up in the lake anymore. So I think it's okay. Yeah. It'll be fine. Unless you guys think duplicates make sense, but it's kind of like I like there being one fish, one button for every fish, you know? It feels a little strange if there's like two of the same fish, in my opinion. Got a solution to yawning? Oh yeah? What's that? Cheese time? Skip the dupes? Yeah, I think so. Oh no. You cheese too hard. Stop, stop, stop. You're wasting your points. Your points are evaporating. Oh my goodness. I'll have to refund those for you now. I set that limit on the overlay because I don't want I really don't want people to what's the word? Yeah, do that and destroy the stream. Can't remember we did that the other day, so you couldn't see anything. Yeah. Well, the thing is, to get it to that spot, it has to be like a group effort. So, manage reward requests, and then cheese times. This is all like old ones. Reject, reject. Let's see, you did 1, 2, 3, one more reject. Boom. I wish I could set up a way to automatically reject the ones that are too much. I wonder if there is a way for me to do that. With the Twitch API. I would kind of like to take a look at that, maybe. Let's just look at it for like 1 second, because I'm curious. I don't even know where that would be at. Let's go over to our code for where we do the cheese time. So if it's cheese time, I want to say like Twitch API dot. I'm just gonna search reject. See if it's a thing I can do. Rejected. So unfortunately, it's probably not a thing, which is too bad. Unless it's like inside one of these or something. I don't see why that would be, but on event reward received. Subscribe gift. I don't know which one it is. Can I see what, like, Twitch event listener? Oh, right here. Maybe refund? We could look into that. There's nothing in there. Refund. Oh, setting the status to canceled refunds the user's channel points. That's for canceling, I imagine. So Twitch data. Status to set the redemption to. Canceled, fulfilled. Well, I'm just going to try it out. So if it's cheese time, can I just say data dot. But it's just a dictionary that's being returned. It's not like an object, right? So how would you do that? Because this is a Twitch update redemption status. Do I have to create a new one? Let's take a look at this. And like, how do I do this? It just has status. Create from JSON. Response. I have no idea how to set it. Might have to look in the documentation or something. Twitcher docs. Let's look in here. Alright, anyways. I just bought Rain World. Let's go. Nice. Rain World's really cool. I need to play it more. Can't believe it gets too cheesy in here for you. It gets too cheesy all the time. Is this the new Twitcher or the old one? 14 hours ago. Seems pretty new. It's downloading right now, so I might have to... I might leave so I can play it. Yeah, do whatever. That's totally fine. Where's the documentation? Here it is. You'll go to sleep now, we'll bed. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Okay, here we go. So I want to... There's commands. Rewards. Editor reward. That's for adding in new rewards. It's not really what I want. Buffered HTTP client. Scopes, event sub. Bot. There's no search, which is really dumb. Unless I'm just missing it or something. Ah! No, there is no search. That's very unfortunate. Let's just search for reward. You'd think it'd be in here. Twitch user? Maybe there's a way to do it in there or something. Like a login, display name, the type of user, view count, create. There's nothing in there. It's weird that I can get people's emails. Can you just make the reward out of stock after 3? Well, the thing is that it's like per person, right? So it's like if one person redeems more than 3, then that's when I block that person from doing more. So that's kind of the issue. Because I do want people to be able to like swarm the stream with cheese if everybody works together to do it. But I just don't want one person just spamming all their points, you know? That's the thing. I don't know what this is. Like, how do I do an update redemption status? Is this like something that I can send and create, you know? It has all this stuff. Like, it's got Twitch custom reward redemption. Caster's display name. The state of the redemption. Like, how do I retrieve that object? Because I'm pretty sure whenever we print out whatever data is, that it does not give me all that. I think I can do a test cheese here. Oh no, that just like cancels it. No, I can't turn it off. Let me do a real one. So it shows in here, there's a couple things. The broadcaster ID. Still, there's like a cooldown on your cheese timer thing. Login, the username, the ID. User ID, user login. User input and then status, unfulfilled. And reward. How do I, like, edit it? Can I, like, somehow get the reward status? Like, I can say, like, twitch.get reward or something. Like, I want to... Because I have all these IDs and stuff. Maybe there's a way I can retrieve it. I don't think I can just give channel points, unfortunately. That's what I would do. But Twitch is weird about it. Update, toggle. Cooldown, update Twitch reward. Reward. Skip reward queue. See, that's limit per stream per user, but that's not what I want to do. Twitch reward service. Ah, so much stuff. Oh, God. I just want some way to just get rewards, you know? There is this, like, Twitch master class. Like, what's in here? Access to the Twitch API. I want to see what functions are in here. So we've got get cheer modes, poll, get emotes, badges, whisper, remove command, announcement, shout out, chat, get subs, subscribe, event, get current user, is configured, setup. So there's nothing really in there. Maybe it's the Twitch service. Okay, I'm in Twitch service. Oh, this is Twitch service, I guess. It's really confusing. Hold on. What are all the things? There's Twitch auth, Twitch automod, Twitch API, bot, category, Twitch channel. Those are all objects. I want like globals, you know. Twitch. So maybe Twitch API has something. Let's see. Send whisper, delete videos, get videos, update user extensions, unblock user, block user, update user, get users, get teams, get all stream tags, check user subscription, get followed streams, search channels, categories, delete channel, stream, schedule, segment. Cancel raid, start a raid, end a prediction, create a prediction, get predictions, end polls, warn user, shield mode, VIPs, channel moderators, remove block terms, banning, get hype train events, guest star slots. There's a bunch of those. Creator goals, get games, get top games, get event subscriptions, get extensions. There's a lot in here. Create extension secrets, get drops, update conduit shards. I don't know what that means. Create clip. Send a shout out. Send chat message. Get user chat color. Send chat announcement. So many. Charity campaign. Oh. So there's get custom reward redemption. This might be what I want. So it gets a list of redemptions for a custom reward. The ID of the broadcaster and the reward ID. So that'll return a list of our like active rewards, maybe? So maybe. What does update custom reward do? So what does it do when I update it? I don't know. Get custom reward. But it's not like an active reward, I feel like. It's like just a list of a reward, but not like the request for a reward, you know what I mean? Update redemption status. A list of IDs that identify the redemptions to update. Specify more than one ID, include this parameter for each redemption you want to update. So I might be able to do this one. Then I don't know what I do to like submit it, you know, that's the thing. Like this will get it. Or I guess I update the body text, so I just like change it to canceled, and then I call this function. Maybe. So we could mess with that. Because we get those IDs passed in whenever somebody redeems one. There's also a way to automatically snooze our ads and stuff, which is kind of interesting. There's also get ad schedule, which is kind of fascinating. Start commercial. I could make it so the commercials automatically started at the beginning when I launched the stream. That'd be kind of cool. Because I had to wait for that to happen anyways. Okay, well, I think we want to say update redemption status. It's so hard to find info about this stuff. So... yeah, so here's where I say set warning and do all the stuff. So I want to say Twitch API. And I think it's just like a global thing that I access. Okay, so what do I pass in here? I need to get the body. So let's see what it printed out. I know it's less convenient, but maybe people could repay channel points. Yeah, that'd be a little confusing. Hopefully this will work where I can just automatically deny certain requests here. Because it's got all this stuff, so... I guess this is the body? I don't know what body is. It's like this. Okay, so maybe what I want to do is before I do that, I want to say Twitch API.get redemption status. I don't even remember which one it was now. Awesome. Is it like get reward or something? There's update redemption status. Get custom reward redemption. Get charity campaign. Bruh. But that's just like getting the reward. I can't like get the information about the reward, you know? It's so complicated. I just don't know what kind of body it's expecting. I mean, I can get the ID and stuff. I guess I need to create a body. Like, maybe that's what the thing is so far. new body is equal to, and then how do I create a new one? I guess I need to do this. Dot create, and then status is a string. So I want to set the status to canceled. Like that. And then now I pass in the new body. I hope this works. I have no idea. We're about to find out. Twitch API is pretty cool though. Yeah, free to use, just for lack of a better word. Yeah, bandwidth limit. Sure is a good way to learn how to interact with APIs. Yeah, it is cool. I mean, you can do a lot of stuff with it. It's not necessarily the API that's the thing. I think it's just the you know, I just wish there was better documentation on Twitcher. That's the only thing. But it's fine. So I need to pass in the broadcaster ID and stuff. Reward. So I need the list of IDs, the reward ID, and then the broadcaster ID. And we have these here. So we can see the broadcaster ID, and then we have just ID right here. So I want to say data.id. And I think it has to be an array of IDs. So I'm just going to pass in an array. I need the reward ID, which is, we say reward.id, and then the broadcaster ID. I presume is broadcaster user ID. Cannot call non-static function update redemption status on the class. Okay. I think we need to say like twitch.api like that. I don't like how apparently you can connect bots to anyone's chat. Oh, yeah. I don't think you can do that. I mean, you might be able to connect it to anyone's chat, but like you can't, you have to have the proper permissions in order to actually like do stuff though, you know? And I'm pretty sure the only person that can set those permissions is the broadcaster. So I don't think you can actually do anything. I think the only reason you can connect to chats is just reading chats. Cause I know there's a lot of like Twitch bots and stuff that like, you know, list out whenever somebody starts their stream and stuff, you know? That's like how, I think that's the reason you can do all that. But you can't actually like send messages in there or do any like operator functions, I don't think. Because that would be insane. All right, so I have no idea if this is going to work, but we might as well give it a try, shall we? Do you want to go ahead and test it out? You might have to redeem a couple cheese times. I can't really test it because I have infinite money. And you might have to do it 3 times and then 1 more time. Okay, so keep track of your bucks. I think it crashed. Hold on, stop. Yeah, it crashed. Why? Invalid access to key message. It tried to redo the token or something in here. There's something like wrong with my Twitcher, I feel like. I really don't know what happened in here. Did I do something wrong? Is unauthenticated. I might need to like wait a second, you know? Like, yeah, I might have to restart it. Let's also say get tree.create timer, and we're gonna wait like 5 seconds until we actually try and do this, because maybe like it wasn't like real yet, you know? Let's give this a try. And before you redeem stuff, let me just test this really quick. See. Okay, starting is 3.3K. Okay. Here, just really quick, so it stops like I'm just gonna set this to if it's greater than 0. All right. Go ahead. And then 5 seconds later, it should attempt to... It's still just dying. Oh, God. I don't know why. At function request. Yeah, no, it just failed everything. It's like it's like an access token thing or something. It's saying it's like unauthenticated, you know? What does that even like mean? Like, what? Is it my scopes or something are wrong? Like, Twitcher game auth token. Every scope. See, it's strange. What are capabilities? What is this? Well, no idea what that means. Auth. I don't know if that's a good thing to show. Shows all the scopes. I really have no idea. I think all these values are automatically generated. Where is it under? There's like tools, Twitcher setup. I mean, I've got all of the scopes. Right? This is my scopes. And it should let me do everything. So there's manage, warnings, blah, blah, blah. Manage redemptions. It should be on. I don't know. It's been very frustrating trying to use this overlay, I'm not gonna lie. Whenever I want to do something cool, it's just constant like, okay, everything crashes and I have no idea why. You know? Like, I'm assuming it has something to do with it being unauthenticated. But like, why is it all dead? Is unauthenticated. So we created this body. And that's just nothing. Like, it's just a thing that says canceled. So that shouldn't be anything. And create returns the body. And then I'm just calling Twitch API, update redemption status. Right, let me make sure everything in here is fine. So the body, the ID of the redemption. This ID must match the user ID and the user access token. So maybe the issue is that I'm passing in an incorrect ID. Maybe? Oh, and Twitcher fails to validate or locate a Twitch OAuth app token. It's kind of like that, I think. Oh, did it say that inside of here or something? Is that what you're saying? Where was that right here? No. Okay, you're just Googling it, yeah. Maybe I'm just passing in the wrong user ID or something. I mean, I presume that broadcaster user ID is the correct one I'm supposed to use, but maybe I'm supposed to use just user ID, you know? Should we give that one a try instead? Let's see if that works. See, I just wish there was better documentation on this kind of stuff, because, I mean, this isn't like a super weird thing to do. That's like the biggest thing I wish we had. Go ahead and do it up. I'll refund all these points, by the way, so don't worry. So it does that. It's gonna wait a second. Now it's probably gonna crash. Well, it did not crash. But also, it didn't do it, I don't think. Did you get any kind of point redemption? I don't think you did. The broadcaster ID must match the user ID found in the request OAuth's token. Let me rejoin. Yeah, do it up. Okay. So yeah, it's just failing because it has to be my broadcaster ID. This is pretty frustrating. And this has to be an array of IDs. I mean, I feel like I'm entering in everything correct here, right? I'm saying pass in the canceled body, unless I misspelled it or something. Canceled. Snooze that ad. Deemed at reward. I pass in the reward ID. Broadcaster ID. The ID of the redemption, which I think is just that. It's an array of IDs. I really don't know. Is it like only I can do it or something? Like, let's see. Is it gonna crash? It still crashes. So it's not necessarily like a... just because it's you or something. So it says that the token is unauthenticated, and then it like gets a refresh token. I think it just gets stuck in that loop of trying to get refresh tokens. I've had a lot of issues with like the token stuff with Twitcher. I don't know if any of this stuff has been fixed or what. I don't even know how I update this all. Like, do I just reinstall Twitcher here? But that seems like dangerous because I don't want to have to redo all my stuff, you know? Unless it did generate the scopes and stuff already for me. I think it did. But aren't I going to have to go back through and like fill out all my info again? Because that would freaking suck. Every single time? You know? Because I have to fill out all of this again. Maybe it keeps these. So I can load in my scopes. It doesn't let me like load scopes. I don't know how to load the scopes. I can save these two things, but then I'm gonna have to probably put this stuff back in. Ah. Yeah, close it. I don't know, man. It's been a little frustrating. I might go ahead and try updating it. I don't know what like when this version was created, you know? I presume that it's a newer version. Yeah, you're just saying dupe the whole project. I could. Now this was committed 15 hours ago. So 3 days ago is 2.51. There's definitely been a lot of updates since I first installed it. So I mean, I know that it's, you know. So I need to get rid of all this stuff. I just need to get rid of Twitcher add-ons. Yeah, let's just do it. It's not a big deal to reset it up. I just have to go into the dev console and like put the stuff back in. So, but I'm just getting very frustrated with trying to make this all work right now, and I need to delete it. Yeah, and it's gonna be annoying. Here, before I do that, let me close all my stuff so I'm not like breaking everything. Then we're gonna delete Twitcher. Maybe I'm making a horrific mistake and I should have backed it up, but it'll be fine. Probably. I don't know how long this is going to take. Oh, there it goes. I didn't think it would take too long. Come on. There we go. Install Twitcher. Install. I really hope some of these issues have been fixed since the last version I installed, because it has been very frustrating. Okay, so everything's going to be here again now. I do notice this, that it's like failing to load all this stuff, and I really don't know why. Go load script auto message. And all this stuff. Attempted to open script. That stuff. I bet all my nodes and stuff are going to be like broken now, but maybe not. Seems like it's all still here. Let's go ahead and make sure it's enabled. On. And let's reload the project because it's going to be... Don't save those. All right, and then I got to go to Twitch dev console or whatever. Get my stuff again. Whoa. Well, this is immediately way different now. Well, I am creating an overlay. Yeah, I gotta do all this stuff again now. Applications. Oh, goodness. I can't remember which one is the one I was using. The last updated. It must be this one. Okay. Manage. Client ID. Let me go secret. Every time you like copy it, you have to generate a new one, so Authorize the editor. All right, so it's authorized. Storage. See, now it actually saves the auth settings, which is very good. Default resources. Default settings and tokens. Just put it in res. Okay. And we're going to save it. Boom. All right. I hope this works a little bit better now. I kind of want to see if the nodes have changed around. I imagine they have. Still a lot of these things. Twitch bot. It's like all the nodes are basically the same. Twitch IRC. I might have to recreate these nodes because they might be using a script that doesn't exist anymore. No, I think that's actually okay. Because it extends from the same stuff we had before, I believe. No errors in here, so that's good. Okay. I guess we can go ahead and load it up and see if it works. Hopefully everything works. I'm worried that I don't get every scope now. Like, is it gonna not let me do some things? I don't know. We'll see. Well, it launched, so I'm gonna redeem one and just see what happens. Now, it did not crash, which is fascinating. It did say it's forbidden, though. Maybe it's just because I'm the broadcaster and I'm not allowed to set the redemption stuff on stuff I redeem. Yeah, go ahead and give it a try. I think we might be getting an ad in a second, unfortunately, but it didn't crash. Oh, you have a turbo? Nice. Did you get your points back? Yeah. I might just not have the proper scopes now. Okay. There's reward manager. I don't know how to get my proper scopes. See, like, I want to set my own custom scopes. I don't see a way to do it, though. Because what it's saying, blah, 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 is forbidden. Refresh token. How? At least, like, commands and stuff are still working. I wonder if, like, the sub stuff has finally been fixed now. Because we have on subscribe received. On gift received. Which goes to the same one right here. So on gift received, let's do the confetti. Just call it start confetti. We'll try it out. It's still not working though, so I don't really know. just saying it's forbidden. Why is it forbidden? And then it does refresh the token. I don't know. Maybe I do need to wait a second now. So get tree dot create timer 5 seconds, a timeout, and we'll await it. If you want to give it a try now with the await, maybe that'll change things. I doubt it, but who knows? Then let's see what it says in here. So it does the same stuff. Start request. Request started. Request done. Response received. Return from wait is forbidden. What the heck is going on? Maybe there's like an easier way to do this now in the new version. There's something I definitely should check. Let's check for anything with redemptions. Wow, that is a lot. What on earth? Okay, we're gonna have to check in the methods. So Dual Gen Studios, welcome in. How's it going? Send announcement, chat out, chat. Okay, user, it's just the same stuff in here. So I presume that it's still inside of the Twitch API stuff. What is Twitch IRC? What is that? Oh. Twitch plans to remove IRC. Okay. The media loader. So it is the API. Fine. What type of game you're making? We're working on Lured In. We're currently messing with a little bit of overlay stuff because we're having some issues, but we'll get back into that. It's a incremental fishing game, so we're just working on some UI stuff, and we're about to make it so fish jump out of the water. Yeah, we're gonna get back into that here in just a second. I need to go through and see if I'm seeing a function in here I can use. There's stream markers. I do like this schedule stuff. I do want to mess with that. Like I can probably return our ad schedule and warn people when an ad is about to start, which would be pretty nice. Predictions. Remove suspicious status. Is it another game? Yeah, we'll get into it in just a minute. Hype train, all the guest star stuff again. Still all this stuff. Drops, entitlements. Still don't know what conduits are. It is cool that I can run API requests to create clips too. That's kind of neat. Oh god, I just like went back. Also, now there's just get chatters. So I can just get a list of people in the stream if I wanted to. Okay, get custom reward redemption. Update custom reward. Delete custom reward. It's none of those. Let's see. I'm not gonna lie, this is from Google's response AI, but it shows await. Update redemption status. Or body only contains status canceled. I can try it. I mean, we can see what happens. Just a second, I'll do that. What? Where did the function go for that? I guess it's, yeah, update redemption status is the function. Well, let's see what we can do. So you're saying do this as an await function. I don't know why you would, because it's not a await kind of function, but okay. I don't know if it's even gonna let me await. I guess it does. So you're saying await that. It's all the arguments are broken. The first thing I'm returning is the body, which you're saying is just status canceled. Like this. Is that how you spell canceled? Maybe it's a typo. That canceled at 2 L's. I guess not. And now it's saying it should be a body type, so I can't do that. Yeah, it has to be what I was doing before, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it's the body that's the issue. Data ID, data reward ID, broadcaster user ID. I'm also creating an incremental game, not a fishing game, but with efficient mechanics. Oh, nice. By the way, it's a coincidence. I googled it, and your game looks great. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. British English is canceled. American is 1L. Okay. Yeah, I know I've seen both of those around before. Well, I guess let's just see if doing a wait does anything. I really doubt it, but we can see what happens, because why not? Yeah, if you've got a link to your game, DualGen, like, you're totally welcome to drop that in here and we can check it out. Okay. If you want to go ahead and give it another try, Nick, I will return all these points to you, so don't worry. And it's still just doing the same thing where it's saying it's forbidden. I don't even know why you would call await on this, because it's not an awaited response. Right? It does await there, but like, I don't think it does anything. Because there's no code after this, so it doesn't even matter. Anyways, let's go ahead and return all your things. Thank you for helping me test this. It's difficult for me to do it otherwise. I do see these ones in here too. It's interesting. Yeah, there's a bunch in here. And I think that should be about right. Well, at least it doesn't crash. I have an inkling that it's something to do with like my scopes, but I don't know how to edit those. There is like this resource here. Maybe I can change them here. Because let's see, do I have it? Channel manage redemptions. I do have that scope, unfortunately. Which means it should be working. But let me like make it, give myself all of the scopes, so. I wonder if I could go into the code here, if it would like, if I can just manually edit the default scopes. Because this is just like a personal overlay. I want all of the scopes. There's no reason to not have all of the scopes, you know what I mean? So it really doesn't have anything in there. And the OAuth scopes, I don't think I need to mess with that one. Okay, that's a lot of scopes. Then this is the game scopes, which don't care about those because I'm not using them. Well, I gave us all of the scopes. I really don't know if it's going to change anything, but just out of curiosity, I'm going to try it. Woo. I guess it. Oh, yeah, it's asking me for all of the scopes now. Look at this. Do I trust BBG overlay too? I guess so. Okay. Yeah, I'll let you know. It's not published yet. It doesn't have a Steam page either, but if you'd like to play test it, I can send you an ancient link soon. Yeah, you're totally welcome to send that whenever it's ready to go. So, it'd be cool. I'd love to check it out. Okay, well, I assume that everything is configured, so I'm gonna go ahead and just try it myself first. It's probably gonna say the same thing. Yeah, blah 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 is forbidden. If you want to go ahead and give it a try, feel free to. I don't think it's gonna work, but yeah, it's still just saying it's forbidden. Something with the tokens. I don't know what's going on. I'm in the Twitch or Discord server, so like honestly, I might go ahead and like ask Connie about this, about like what is going on. So yeah, I don't know. I probably will do that. Hey, thank you, DualGen, for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just kind of done with this now. We've tried. I feel like we've tried everything we can. Oh, he tricked me. He just manually refunded. Yeah, I just went through and just refunded all of them. So we're back to where we were before all this. What is this? So it did actually throw a different error in here. Forbidden. The ID in the client ID header must match the client ID used to create the custom reward. Did they change the required ID in the new version? Is that because it was not saying that before? Maybe broadcaster ID is a different ID now. Should we go ahead and try that? Let me see. Still says it's forbidden. And it still threw an error. Problems while calling update redemption status. Yeah, the ID and broadcaster ID must match the user ID found in the stupid request. So it's not that. For a moment, I was like, wait, maybe this could... No, it's not. The ID in the client ID header must match the client ID used to create the custom reward. Or the broadcaster doesn't have partner affiliate status. It's not that. I don't know. I don't think people mind having an in-app currency instead of channel points for things, like stream avatars, for example. People play that constantly. It's true, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be the worst thing ever. I would love to just get this working, though, because it would be convenient, you know, if we could just use... I mean, like, it's already a currency system built in, right? So it definitely would be nice. I need to keep looking into what this error means. I mean, it just means that the token is forbidden. The ID in the client ID header must match the client ID used to create the custom reward. Because we're passing in reward ID. So let's see what we got here. Broadcaster ID, broadcaster username, ID, this guy. User ID, that. User login, user input, when it was redeemed, the reward ID, which is fine. I have no idea. And we're just doing it with canceled. That should be okay. Well, I have no idea. I'm just gonna stop messing with this because I really don't know what's wrong. I think the best route forward for figuring this out is just going to be talking to Connie directly on the Discord. Canny, one of those. And just figuring it out that way. So, anyways. Sorry for the random waste of time. I do want to do more Twitch stuff or overlay stuff because it's fun. But, yeah, it's a little frustrating. Oh well. I'd love to just automate as much stuff as I possibly can with the streams, you know? Like, instead of having to manually snooze the ads and stuff, we could just have it done inside of the overlay and stuff like that. Though, I don't know if we actually should snooze the ads, if I'm being 100% honest. I think when you snooze the ads, it enables pre-rolls, as far as I know. So we really should only, like, keep the snoozing of the ads for when we actually need to, right? At least I think. But yeah, I don't know. What is this? I replied to some people on Instagram, and instead of it like actually replying, it like made a new comment. The PC version of Instagram frickin' sucks. That's fun. Never done so much cheesing in my life. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. Oh yeah, also before we forget, I gotta make sure I set this back to the proper value, to 3. I do wonder if there's a way I could like temporarily block a redemption from somebody or something. Maybe that's a route we could take, but I don't know. Who knows? I don't. Yeah. We could probably put like a little... What is this? Selection changed at some point. Can't reparent. I don't even know what that's referencing. Weird. So our customer rewards partner only. Is that what it's referring to? Yeah, I think that's what that's talking about. Though I'm pretty sure they just made a change to where you no longer need to be... Or it's not partner, affiliate only. Affiliate and beyond. But I think they just made a change where everyone can do rewards now and you don't have to be affiliate anymore. So it kind of like, I don't know what the point of affiliate is anymore. I guess just so that you can make money from subscriptions and stuff. That's the only reason you would get affiliate. So, because I think you still have to run ads anyways, even if you're not affiliate. So there's kind of no reason not to be affiliate, right? But anyways. So what's next here? Let's get working on these little guys that show up in the water, I think. So the first thing we need to kind of figure out is like I only want these guys to show up in areas that the player can actually reach. Nice. Wish you could do custom emotes without applying. It'd be so cool to have. Yeah, even like 1 to 3 emotes to bring around wherever. Yeah, it would be really epic. I wish that I had more emote slots on Twitch because it is very limited, honestly. There's so many more emotes I'd love to do. But the problem is that every single time we add in a new emote, we have to replace another one because we're full on the standard emotes. And you can get like some from different like sub tiers, but nobody's going to do a tier 3 sub. So it's a little annoying. I mean, you do get more slots being a subscriber, but we don't really need the GG one. Yeah, I don't know. Is it follower or subscriber based with the emotes? So the standard ones, I think followers can use these. And then the subscribers can do the standards here. So yeah. We probably could do something funny with our overlay where we kind of swap out the set of emotes that we're using depending on what we're streaming, you know? Where like if we're streaming lured in, it like changes them to the lured in emotes. Just found out a couple days ago animated ones had to be subscriber only. Yeah, it's really dumb. I wish it was more like Discord, where you can put like a bazillion emotes on here. Like if we go into the server settings and go to like emojis and stuff, there's 96 slots for regular emojis and another, or yeah, there's 100 standard and 100 animated emojis that you just get on Discord. So it's kind of insane. And then also you also get the stickers, which we get at level 1 15 stickers. And you can get more levels, but we don't really need that many. But yeah, it's crazy. You get so many, and also soundboard stuff too. You get just 25 or 24 slots on that, so it's like, man, I don't know. It's so silly that Twitch limits it so much. I don't know why. I think it'd be really cool if we had a bunch of different emotes, but oh well. Apparently, like, getting more sub points means you get more emote slots, it looks like. Because it's saying if I had 40 subscribers, I would get another standard emote slot here. It's dumb that they, like, gamify it like that, in my opinion. Because it's like, man, it's just like, why not just give us a bunch? I don't know. Oh, well. Yeah, that's one thing I don't like about Twitch. Everything is pay-gated like crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of money to run the service, high bandwidth, but yeah, it's... Yeah, I don't know. It's a bruh moment. I don't know why that something like that, though, would be like a pay-gated thing, you know? It just seems silly. I don't know, man. It's dumb. I wish Twitch had alternate methods of, like, monetization instead of just making all their features monetized. Like, why don't they, like, I don't know, there's other options, you know? They could, like, get, like, payments, like sponsors from companies or something, and do like little events or something on, and I guess they do kind of do that with some things, maybe. I don't know if they have to pay for those events though. I have no idea. But would do anything to not have ads anywhere. Stick to YouTube and Twitch for a reason. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. Monetization like that is a complicated situation, because like obviously you can't make Twitch a paid service because then no one's going to use it, right? So you kind of have to have ads somehow. And you don't really want just a bunch of banner ads all over the site, because I think that would look kind of nasty. Although I think you do actually get banner ads on Twitch at the bottom, if I am not mistaken. But I don't know. This is why I think YouTube is better, though. Because I like that they, I don't know, it's easier to block ads on YouTube. Though I do pay for a YouTube Premium Lite, so just because it's worth it in my opinion. I spend so much time watching YouTube, you know, constantly on the side on my phone and stuff, and I think it's just like worth it to me. It's like what, $7 a month or something, and I get no ads on anything. And there's also a couple little features I think you get. I think you might be able to download videos now or something on Lite, and also play videos on your phone, like in picture-by-picture mode, picture-in-picture mode or whatever. But I don't know. Okay, let's get this freaking fish stuff working. So I have to figure out, how do I know like what areas are reachable by the player? Because we have, like, if we look at the pond and stuff, we have this area, and this denotes wherever water is, and it's a good start. But the problem is, like, not everywhere in those areas is reachable by the player, right? Like if I go load into the game and go to the pond, I don't know if I can reach over there, right? I can't reach that little spot in there. So I have to know, like, where can the player actually reach with their casting, right? And I'm not sure. I could probably calculate some, like, arc with the distance away from the player, you know? Some region. Where it's like, I know how far the player can cast. So, and I also know, like, the formulas I'm using to calculate that area. I wish there was like an easy way for me to create like a region for that, you know? Because I could do a distance check away from the player, where I can say only spawn it if you're less than 512 pixels away from the casting location, right? So that's one option. And then the thing is, though, is I need to like take into account my Y position. So it's a little complicated. I guess we just need to start testing. So I'm going to go into the region code. Fishing region, right there. Scripts. We're going to... Do we want to create a timer? Yeah. Nah, we'll just do a number. It's easier. So I'm going to say var event timer, right? It's going to be... Right now, just for testing, very short. Okay. Then we go down into the process. And process world, I am actually going to leave that out of process world, I think. So we say current event timer minus equals delta. And if current event timer is less than or equals 0, we say current event timer is equal to event timer. All right. Oops. I'm going to print event. So what I want to do is just spawn in a bunch of nodes right here, just so that we can test it. Eventually, this is going to be way slower, like every 10 seconds or something, but I just want to kind of see the area in which these spawn in. So, what is this garbage? Net windows, you're done. How do I ban them again? There we go. That's block. Ban. Previous 12 hours. Ban. He is writing the code by hand? Yeah. Because then I actually know what I'm writing. He understands what he's writing, which is certainly not true for everyone. Yeah, that's my exact point, right? That's why I don't use AI, because even if it's technically sometimes slower for specific things, I think overall it ends up being faster, and I actually understand my project completely. Because, man, the only thing harder than trying to read your own code is reading somebody else's code, right? Because you just don't have the context. And that's what it feels like with AI, where none of your code is your own code. So you're struggling so much to go through all this stuff and understand what's happening. It's just easier just to write it yourself, I think. But anyways. So let's preload. We'll probably make it so we can load in a couple different things that can spawn in the water. But just for now, we're going to like create the one that's the splash. This is going to be, use the LLM LARP 3.21 with high stability, picking with multiple agents running. I don't think so. Let's do fish splash. What kind of node is this going to be? We can figure that out later. I am going to actually make this a sprite, though, just so I can see where it's spawning in. And right now, we're just going to have it spawn in and just leave it. But eventually, we're going to get rid of it again. So instantiate var splash. And we're going to say add child splash. And this is where we need to figure out the position of where it's going to happen. So I want it to be only if it's within a certain distance from the player. So I think what we can do, we might be able to get a random point inside of a geometry. I have to go look at the documentation for that to see. So where is that at? It's like a polygonal region. Yeah, water region.polygon right here. Act vector 2 array. Oh, okay. Then I thought this had a property called polygon. Maybe not. How am I getting it then? Oh, poly is water region dot polygon. Okay. So I don't know if there is a super easy way. I would love that if there is a function in here just to get a random point within a polygon. It's not a huge deal. Like, we don't really need to get it within the polygon. We can just, like, say a certain distance around the player. And that would be okay. And just kind of keep getting random points until one is okay for all of our stuff. I know I do check this polygon. Yeah, right here I say, oh, geometry 2D, I might be able to use that function to get it. So we will see. The true programmer uses LM, and when it breaks, send it off to YouTube to review and fix it. Yeah. Let's see if we can get a random point. Him line. What is this? Well, he's 1 pixel thick on every row and column. That's actually kind of cool that they have that. It's just a function. Clip polygons, convex hole, decompose. Get closest point. Is point in circle or polygon? Yeah, I wish they had a function that was just like get random point in polygon. That'd be kind of nice, honestly. But it doesn't look like they have that, so that's okay. So we're going to say var point. Oops, var point. Vector 2, 5, 12, 0, and we're going to rotate this randomly. So ranf range anywhere from 0 to tau. I mean, I can't rotate. Oh, rotated. The D. Like when people use ChatGPT and it makes it variable names emojis, yeah. Kind of insane. It's so cursed that Godot actually supports like emojis for like valid text characters and stuff in the code. It's like, that's weird, man. I don't know. Let's see. Welcome in, Dustin. How's it going? I always work so hard to pull all instances, or all instantiates at game start so they don't cause lag during frame updates. Yeah, or process. Yeah, this is just sort of a temporary thing here. I'm probably going to get rid of this or like turn it into a resource up here, but yeah. I haven't noticed any big lag spikes or anything from loading things during game time. I think it just depends on the size of the scene and stuff you're loading in. Definitely don't ever want to preload something like, or load something like that's constantly in process. Though the thing is here is that I'm using preload, which means the engine will load this once and remember that it's loaded. So every time I say preload, instead of loading it again, it just goes and grabs the one that was already loaded. So that's what's kind of nice about preload, is it's like, you know, smart about it. But yeah. Yeah, it's a byte or maybe bytes. Yeah, it's probably multiple bytes, I imagine, for emojis, because that's like UTF-8 or even UTF-16. There's a lot of characters. Let's see what we got here. Man, why is the text so hard to read on this? Hey, welcome into stream. How's it going? All right, so is water, instead of cast point, we're going to pass in point. And we'll just say if is water, go ahead and add child splash. And we say splash.global position is our point. I'm pretty sure the player is centered around 0, but I'm not actually 100% sure. Let's go into our fishing region to check. They might not be. Nope, they are not. So, though 512 pixels out from there, I think should be fine. So it'll be okay. All right. So hopefully what we see here. Well, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. What am I making? I am working on my game Lured In. It's an incremental fishing game. You go out to different regions and catch fish, bring them back to your aquarium, make money, buy upgrades. So yeah, we're just getting a like a fish splash mechanic set up right now. So it is running those events for sure. I'm not seeing any spawn in though, which is a little strange. So I'm instantiating it. I'm saying point is that. And then if the point is in the polygon, go ahead and add as a child and say splash global position as point. I did set a texture. So it is a little odd that we're not seeing any at all. Could be like a weird depth ordering thing. Nope. Could just be that the distance that I put in here was like way too big. Possibly. Like what if I do like 32? Oh yeah, 512 was like an enormous. Oh, but it's only doing 512. That's the issue. We gotta say randef range from 0 to 256 or whatever. I'm just a fool. There we go. So now we can kind of see what this code is doing, where it's picking random points inside of the water for like a splash event to happen. So I think this should work pretty well. The last thing I need to check is just make sure that the distance away from the player is reasonable. Because if we go into somewhere really big, like the ocean, I can't cast over there, right? It's just not a reachable location. So I have to check like the angle of how the player can cast, make sure it's like past that angle, and also check the distance that we can cast. But yeah. Anyways, let me see everything up in here. Hey, Kankles, welcome in. Deadlift when? Soon. I've got some new deadlift stuff that we will be working on shortly. Zach sent them over. We got a little bug guy. We want to have like more creatures that just kind of wander around and stuff. So we've got this guy now. We're going to add him in and he's going to kind of run around. I think you can eat him also. Also, Zach messed with some new textures where we've been talking about this for a long time, but going over all our textures and like manually painting them, because I think it just looks way more cool. So we've got a couple of different materials in here. I haven't actually looked at these yet, so this is the rough metal material, and then we've got smooth metal like this. We've got just painted metal and intense painting metal. So it's kind of interesting. I'll have to put all these into the game and see what they look like. But yeah. Let's see. Yeah, also game dev. Can I show you're working on Discord? Yeah, there is a project showcase forum on the Discord. It's like right down under, I think it's over in general chats, and it's project showcase in here. Totally welcome to drop that in there. So yeah, I need to check out some of these games, like this one. Yeah, there's some cool stuff in here. I feel bad sometimes when I forget to go in here. But anyways. Yeah, WinRAR, best program ever. It is very nice. I love WinRAR. Maybe one day I'll buy a license for WinRAR just for the funnies. I don't need to, but you know, I've used WinRAR for so long that it's kind of, you know, maybe I do want to support WinRAR at this point. I've been using WinRAR basically my entire life, which is crazy. I've been using it since, I don't know, since I was like 5. I've had it so long. I would probably watch some random video of like top 10 programs to get on Windows. Yo, Plobby, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Also, our shout out stuff is working again, thank God. How's it going? What have you been up to? Yeah, what were you up to today in your stream? I could probably just add you, send the key. I actually connects online. That's, yeah, interesting. If you want to send me the key, I could try it. I don't know if it actually like links to an account or anything. Oh, you're modeling a cute moose. Let's go. Very nice. What am I doing? It's going good. We're just talking about some new texture stuff for a deadlift in here, which we're gonna mess around with at some point. Not today, but one of these streams. Yeah, these are all interesting. And then a new little bug guy. But yeah, we're working on Lured In today. Ignore the all of the little fish textures here. It's a little crazy. But basically I'm getting some systems set up so that there's like little events that can happen in the water around the player. So like, for example, maybe a little bubble column appears, just kind of little like things that you can aim for, because we added in this system to aim where you're casting, right? And so it seems like kind of a shame if we're not even going to utilize it. So now it's like there's going to be things in here that you can actually try and target. So yeah, I want there to be like a little splash of like a fish jumping out, because I think it'd just be a fun like, oh, there's a fish over there, and then you go cast, and it increases your chance of like, increases the speed that you catch fish. I just think it's cool. So I think it helps make the waiting part of the fishing a lot more interesting, because like right now, here's the issue. I click, I cast, I just kind of sit here. I'm just gonna wait like 20 seconds. That's not fun. So I think what's cool, what would really help that issue and make it more interesting to play is like randomly there's gonna be like a little, oh shoot, there's a thing over there. I got it, boom. Or like a, whoa, you know, you know what I'm talking about. Just like something to occupy your mind or think about and like get ready to spot in the water, right? So that's the idea. And I think it works. But anyways, sorry if I'm missing a million messages. Sent it in the project showcase, epic. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. Yeah, and realistic, it's true. Add some whale or some Easter egg. I do want to add whales eventually that you can catch. I haven't done it yet just because I want to figure out what we're doing with the large fish tanks, which we will add soon. Maybe after the demo, though. We'll see. I can't believe we got so many viewers over stream. Kind of today has had like half or less of its normal viewers, huh? Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, I don't know what it is with Saturday specifically. You'd think Saturday would be like a day where more people would be online, but maybe not. Petrarch, you can feed your customers too? That'd be pretty crazy. Yeah, we gotta do that. I noticed some people really hated this minigame. I wonder if there's a way we can improve it. Sorry, that's my best DA day even. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't really know what the best day for my streams usually are. I think it's usually Friday, it seems. But I don't know. They already blow up when you place them somewhere they don't like. That's true, that's true. It'd be crazy to put them into the tanks for food. That's definitely illegal. Maybe we'll do that, who knows. All right, so the next thing that I want to check on this is we actually have to figure out the real casting distance. So I think I just have a thing here, cast distance. So the casting distance has to be anywhere from 48 to 256. That's how it's calculated. So back into the fishing region code. So we actually had this. Come on. Am I in the code? Oh yeah, I am already. I was like, why is it not going? So that's fine there. I want to say if water and point dot distance to global dot, or I don't have a reference to the player, do I? I don't know if I do. Let me go grab that. Where is it? Player, player, player. Okay, this is player. So if it's less than 256, and also if it's greater than 48. I'm going to make this code better, but, you know, for now it's just testing to see if this kind of works. So now if we go back to the ocean, we should see that it's going to kind of form this, like, arc around the player. So these are all the positions I can actually cast to. Now, there is more that we need to do, though. Obviously, we can't cast, like, behind us. Right? You're not allowed to cast, like, 45 degrees behind you, so we need to block off that area, too. Yo, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Percent-wise, how finished would you say Lured In is? I would say we're getting pretty close. I mean, like, it's always hard to say because it's not like I have this vision of when the game is 100% complete and I'll never add anything again. Because I really do think, like, even after release and stuff, I'll probably come back and do content updates every once in a while, especially if the game does well, right? That's kind of a big thing. But I would say at least just in terms of percentage for release, then I would probably say we're about, I'd say we're like 70% of the way there. We've got a lot of the stuff in the game. Really all the extra content we're going to be throwing in is just going to be like quality of life stuff, little mechanics like this, more fish, more regions, more research, upgrades. But like we've got all the core systems here. I still do want to get more NPCs in, work on like a whole shop expansion, but I think we're on the right track. So yeah, I don't tend to think of my development in terms of like percentages like that, because I just don't think it's always like a good thing to think about, if that makes sense. It's like I don't want to be like I am 50% there. Because then what if I'm not 50% there? And then it's kind of a major disappointment. Also, it kind of makes promises to people that like, oh, if it's only 50%, then we're going to get twice as much content. So, yeah. Ooh, I dropped the ball. Anyways. Oh yeah, you did do wrist check. Good thing I'm doing the wrist thing. Yeah, what do you mean? Because content could be a lot of actual function of the game could be done already. Yeah, exactly, right? That's the thing that's like complicated with a percent thing like that. So, yeah, it's a weird metric to measure things by, but yeah, just simple overall progress or ship, yeah. I mean, we're probably going to ship, dates have been changing around and stuff, so it's still not a 100% thing, but right now, the date is the 17th of July. So, it's really not too far away. And then after Lured In is out, we're going to work on a couple post-launch updates, probably. And then we're going to also work on Starground. get that freaking monster done. I don't know how long it's going to take to get Starground done, to be honest. It's going to be a pain. It's going to suck. But it is what it is. Yeah, Starground. Love multiplayer. Yes, I love multiplayer, guys. I love multiplayer. I just edited, or it's not even close to being done, but I'm working on a that's gonna play audio. I'm working on a devlog. I recorded this last night. And I do talk about some Starground stuff in here. I haven't done any like actual editing yet. I just dropped in the video and like cut it together. I need to record a bunch of footage and stuff. But I do want to do a devlog finally. Play it. Here, get a little preview of an edit. You can actually do that if you didn't know. it's the dumbest edit. Pretty crazy. Anyways, yeah, hopefully I can get that done pretty soon. So how do we want to like calculate this? Because so something that's like funny about the way that the casting works, and it makes sense, but the distance changes depending on the vertical rotation. So here's your player, right? And like the arc in which you can cast your rod, it's not just a perfect circle like this. It's more like an oval. It's kind of like this. Right? Like this is your casting area. So I need to somehow like formulate that. I don't know. I hope my player doesn't look like that. It's simplification, you know. There you go. An epic nose. Let's do that for the nose, yeah. No anti-aliasing, yeah, I know. It's gross. So I need to like somehow get this region. It's easy from this point of view, from just the casting, because it's basically just saying distance goes out, decreased distance as the angle increases. So distance here is less. It's basically like, think of it like this, where you're doing like a bunch of rays for figuring out what the distance is that you can cast to. And so it makes sense there. But for getting like an actual like distance check away, that's a little more complicated. I guess what I could potentially do is just do the same logic calculation, where depending on the angle of the point to the player, it does a factor multiplication. This actually probably would make the most sense. So let's go get factor. And this is how we calculate factor. So it's the rotation plus 1. So literally we can just use the same factor value, right? And I'm just going to call this like instead of factor, because that's generic, var rod angle factor, you know? And it does ABS rotation. And we're just dividing that by that value, I guess. I guess that's what we're doing, so it's fine. So now that I have that calculated up in here, also, I realize I need to, hold on, actually like process this and stuff. Although, wait, it doesn't really make sense here because that's the current angle factor. So I'm actually going to undo everything I did. Oh God. Right, I need to know just the factor on a different way. Let's go do this. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get a point, and we're going to get the, not the rotation of that, but the player anchor rotation dot angle. Is it just get angle to now? Oh, I didn't know that was a function. get angle to point. And we're going to see if that works. And then we're going to divide this value by factor. And I have no idea if it's going to work. Well, let's see what it does. I probably need to tune out early, stay on schedule for a few more days. Appreciate the stream. Definitely one of my favorite streams to come to. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, no worries at all. If you got to head out and go get some sleep and stuff, that is no problem. So do it up. Yeah, thank you so much for coming in. I do really appreciate it. Very epic. I always do really appreciate you guys coming in and helping and stuff. Just chilling. Everyone, yeah, sounds good. Yeah, this actually looks like it's working. My code actually working? What a silly notion. But I think it is working. So now we have like a little oval around the player. The final thing that we need to take into account is the angle. So if the angle is less than a certain like angle from the player, then we don't allow it. I think it should actually be kind of easy to do, now that I think about it. So instead of doing all this stuff, I'm going to go ahead and say our player angle is that. So if, and we can just do an ABS. If ABS player angle is less than, or we want to do greater than 1 or something like that, that's like vertical. We'll figure out the exact angle it needs to be. Let's see how this looks. It might be too much. Like it's probably gonna be like a wall. Let's just see what it does. Ocean. And let's wait and see. I might increase the speed of the spawning here a little bit because it's kind of slow. I want that kind of money, man's fishing on a yacht. Yeah, it's true. Let's change this to 001 so we can test this faster. I think this is actually correct almost. So 1 is not, or is too much, I think. We probably want to say like pi over 4 or something like that, right? So pi over 4. Let's give that one a try. And pi over 4 might be too much. We might need to do pi over 2. But we'll see. It seems like it's still spawning some guys back in there, which is interesting. So it's working on the bottom. No, it's not. Okay, we can see it's like a flat line. So we need a little bit less than pi over 4. So it needs to be... Also, what's going on up here now? It's like change the distance. That's a little strange. Let me make sure everything is being calculated properly. It changed our distance thing, which is very strange. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Also, something I'm going to do just to make this more optimized, instead of the point just being randomly making sure that it's in the area, what we can do is just this. So we're going to get a random point rotated. Oh, we can just choose the rotation that the point gets rotated from. I might just be really stupid here. I think there's a much easier way we can do this without having any if statements. Okay, so let's just say var point is equal to... And we need to get the position of the player offset, so we want to say... And there's player anchor. I don't know what the anchor is. Where is the position of the anchor? Well, it's the same position as the player, so it doesn't matter. Okay, let's get var player position is player.global position, right? And then now what we can say is this, where we're going to get a random point from 0 to 256, which is equal to player position plus that, dot rotated. And we can just set a specific, like, angle on this. So from, like, minus pi over 4 to pi over 4, right? And I think this will actually work. What is it? Vector 2 matches signature, vector 2 float. Oh. That. 0. So I still need to check if it's water, but now I don't care about the distance check anymore. And I also don't care about the angle check. So this is pretty, simplifies this code a lot. Now I do need to know factor and stuff like that because that's gonna matter. So I need to change the distance of this point, right? And maybe what I do before I even do any of that is I go ahead and generate an angle. Right, so I don't even rotate it yet. And the first thing I do before anything is var angle. New angle is that angle, right? Now I can calculate factor. I can calculate the player angle because we're getting that angle to, or we just have the angle already. So we don't even need player angle. And then now, we modify this maximum distance times factor and rotate it. That rotated new angle. Actually, I only want to rotate not this other part, just this one. Like that. I really hope this works. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Let's get out of here. Back to the ocean. Look at that. So it's closer. It's still a little funny. For some reason, it's doing like a weird like V shape. I'm not really sure what's going on there. But the angles here are correct. It's like the factor is inverse for some reason. Did I forget to ABS it? That could be... No, I'm doing that. Why is the factor inverted? Oh, I'm saying times. Duh. I'm just a stupid idiot, guys. Okay, let's try this again. Oops, I hit wish list. Take a look at that, guys. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, and it's actually not an oval like I thought it was. It's actually a diamond. I didn't realize that. But yeah, that's the area that we can cast in. And like I'm very confident that area actually is castable. The only thing we could check is like if it's less than 48 pixels from the player, because sometimes it can be. So we could say if water and let's see, player position dot distance to point is greater than 48. Just to make sure we don't have those ones that are a little bit too close. So it'll look like this instead. Should wishlist it? Actually, I think I can wishlist on my main account. Now that I think about it. Oh, it's already in my library, so I can't wishlist it. But oh well. There we're still at 11 demo reviews. Oh, it actually went up. 2 new reviews. Very epic. Nice. Very cool. Okay. So this is our casting area. It's kind of actually really neat to visualize this, because honestly, I haven't been able to like truly know where the casting area is, so it's strange. It's like, oh, that's kind of fascinating. So I mean, I guess this works. We could potentially change the casting area if we really wanted to now that we can actually see it. How do you guys feel about the casting area from what you can see here? Like, does that seem pretty good? Or should we change it? I don't know. Because we could change it into like a box or something instead, or it'd be more of like a circle thing. We could make it like a circle that gets clamped. But that's kind of, it's tricky, because I want people to be able to smoothly rotate. Maybe make it more round. Yeah. Because the issue that I want to prevent is people, like, casting off of the screen. I mean, honestly, maybe what we could do is, instead of, like, doing some funny factor stuff. 2 circles kind of pushed together, yeah. We could just set like a limit on how vertical that it can be, you know? Like if you full cast on the bottom, it can only go so far. So that is one option. So just for fun, what this would look like is that we change factor back to being just 1. And you'll see this now form into a circle instead, right? We'll still have these like limits on the angle up here, because I think it'd be kind of weird if you could cast backwards. And then what we could do is limit our casting distance whenever a point is below this level. Possibly. So we could say like, it is a little tricky. We'd have to like clamp this here. Or we could just clamp the vertical position on the point. So we can say point dot y is equal to clamp f from anywhere from minus 128 to 128 or something, you know? And that is like something we can do here. So we go ahead and load back into the ocean. So that clamping was not nearly enough. Not strict enough. Maybe 64. Let's see what that one looks like. So this is what this looks like. 64 is a little too little, I think. I should be able to cast up there. Let's go to 96 maybe. This one feels pretty good. I don't really like being able to cast underneath the weather thing, but I guess it's fine. What do you guys think about this shape? Yeah, it's only a little bit different. I mean, it's not like a huge change. This one seems more realistic. Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a weird thing, the cast distance changing. Wacky like that. And that there. I think the angles are okay. I don't want like people casting over there. Most of the time, like the ocean is kind of a special region. Most of the time, though, you're not even able to cast over there. Like, if you're over in the jungle or something, you can't cast back over here. You can only cast forward. This would affect the other pawns. I mean, it would be fine. Like, it wouldn't really mess up things too bad or anything, I don't think. It'll still only show the areas in the water. And it's kind of okay if you cast into the dirt. I mean, it's kind of your own fault if you do that. And that's why I implemented that so it like bounces back if you cast into the dirt. I think it's probably okay. So then what we can do is also modify the player's distance they can cast then. Though I don't like how it's like, because we're clamping the distance instead of just eliminating it, it's kind of like clumping things on the edges, so I kind of need to fix that. Yeah, if it's a shape, yeah, I think it could work. So we can go back into the fishing region, and instead of doing all the factor stuff now, remember I use factor right here for casting distance, I can just clamp it. It's a little tricky because casting distance is just like a number, right? And the thing is that I'm getting like rotation and stuff like that to, and see, this is what I'm doing for the target. So I have to dynamically change the casting distance depending on whether it should be clamped or not. I bet there's probably like a way to do that, but it's a little tricky, I'm not gonna lie. So I have the angle of the casting direction. How would I do that? Here it's really easy because we just clamp it. But for the actual casting. Let me think about this. Say, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Yeah, how would I do that? Because I could check. It's complicated because so normally like it's easy here because it's just a coordinate. I'm just calculating a position and it's fine. So like if a thing does go past our border here, I just sort of say like, push it back down here. But the problem with the way that the casting works is that literally all we have is direction and our angle, right? Or the distance in our angle. So like I can't just say clamp this down to here because that would also change the angle of our casting. So I'm gonna have to do some funny business where I'm like, it's normal up until here, and then once our angle hits a specific spot, we have to like modify our casting distance somehow. And I don't know what spot that is, to be honest. We'll just have to keep tweaking the angle until it looks right. And then I guess once it's in that angle, we somehow have to like map the angle to a distance thing, right? Where like here it would do like 0.5 distance or something, and here it would be more closer to like 0.9, right? I wonder if that's something that we could do with like sine. I'm not really sure. Because if we pass an x into sine, we can see sort of what happens here. Where at the maximum, it's just 1, and then as it approaches here, it would be like 0. I don't know if that would make a square shape, though. It's kind of really complicated. So just so we can like test it, I guess let's go ahead and not clamp the position here, but I actually want to just modify it with the direction, and angle, and power, because it's going to be easier for us to test it this way. Let's go here. So I don't want to clamp that point anymore. And for factor, now factor is going to be modified depending on the angle. So maybe we say like times sine new angle or something like that. I have no idea if that's gonna work, but let's see. And that does not seem to be working. It just kind of keeps everything squished to the bottom of the screen for some reason. Oh, I need to do ABS new angle first off, I think. It's like making it larger somehow. How is that possible? Because it should only go up to 1 maximum, right? Am I crazy? How would it be increasing my... Oh, I'm dividing it. I'm just stupid. Okay, back to the ocean. So this is the shape it's creating. I think we don't want to do sine. Maybe it's cosine instead. We need like the inverted sine. That actually doesn't look terrible. Let's see. No, it doesn't really work though. Cosine looks like this. It does make it more circular, but it doesn't really fix our problem. Man, I don't know how we're gonna do this. It's kind of a tricky little formula here. Hey, Oshik, welcome in. How's it going? What have you been up to? I don't want to do this. It's so complicated. I need to like clamp it, but I can't know the coordinate. I mean, I could change the way that the fishing is calculated, I suppose. That's a little boring. Okay, here's one thing though that's a little broken when we clamp, guys. Is that the distance of our cast is gonna be like confusing. Because if we're just clamping, like hard clamping the value, it's gonna get to that edge and show that we've done a maximum cast, but like we're gonna get to the maximum distance like halfway. So that's why I do need it to be some kind of like scaling formula. I can't just do a regular old clamp, you know? So I do need to make this work. Otherwise it's gonna be really confusing, I think. I wonder if we need, like, maybe not cosine, just tangent. I'm probably not correct about this, and I'm just, like, throwing random values in here. It's not going to do anything, but... Tangent creates a V. Doesn't do anything. Is there, like, an if statement I could do here? Where I just hard set whatever factor is depending on the height? You know what I mean? Like maybe I could just be like, if height is greater than, or if angle is less than that, then change it depending on the angle. Maybe what I could do is like, use the angle as the factor. I kind of am, but. So like, I would multiply it by like 1 over new angle. We do ABS on new angle. I don't know if this is gonna work, but let's see. So it just kind of shoots everything out really far. Let me print out what this angle is, what this factor is. So factor is becoming insanely large. Oh, I need to do this centered around like pi. So it's not going to be ABS or 1 divided by ABS new angle. It's probably going to be pi divided by angle. That's still making it go really far. The thing with pi, it's 3, so let's go figure out what this actually is. So the maximum angle that we can get is going to be, oops, 1, almost 1. I mean, that's pretty normal. I think I actually want to say our maximum angle, which is pi over 4, divided by our new angle. So, like, if we have maximum angle of pi over 4, oops, I did pi over 3, anyways. And then we divide it by our new angle, let's say is pi over 3. You can see, like, as the angle decreases, that value becomes smaller. So this is probably going to not do what I want, because I think it will cause, like, a divot in the middle. Still not doing it, though. Am I dividing by factor again? No, I'm multiplying. Why is it being so weird? Am I, like, wrong about something? So, pi over 4, right, is 0.7. And let's say that's f. And then I want to say f divided by a smaller, because it should be approaching 0 as we get to the middle. So, like, f divided by 0.1. Oh, I'm seeing the issue now. So I think I want to say that angle plus 1, because when we're at 0, I want it to be the maximum value. Right? Probably. I feel like I'm overcomplicating this. Let's try it. So it did clamp the bottom a little bit. I really don't know what it's doing though. It's saying ABS new angle plus 1. Oh, I think it's because I need to say plus 1 after we ABS it. Let's see what this looks like. So this is going to do the diamond shape. So I only want to start applying this like after I am out of this specific angle. So I think what we say is factor is equal to 1. And then if ABS new angle is like greater than a certain amount, that's when we actually start setting the new factor, right? And maybe this will work. That kind of is working a little bit, actually. It's a little janky. It's doing like a weird arc, but it's sort of working. You can see like it's got like a, it doesn't, it's like flat here and then just goes directly back. Maybe this will actually work. I don't know, guys. I feel like I'm just kind of like doing random things until something works, but let's see. It's got a really funky shape to it. For some reason, it's like it's got like a saddle shape where it's fine, and then it goes back here at that point, which is about where I want it to go. But then it goes up and down again. So it's like the factor is like too much. How do we fix that? So we're adding by 0.1. I think it might be because we're adding too much. Because when we're off on this angle, let's see. That definitely has changed it a little bit. But also now it's too high up over here. So I don't think that's going to work. This is complicated. I need to know how to like invert a circle, turn like an arc into like a flat formula. I mean, instead we could just we could try sine again now that we have like the if statement set up. Whoa. I think we need to say ABS, new angle. Let's go back into that. Because, like, what would nullify a circle arc? This is a weird shape. It's got, like, wings over here and then a cone. What is going on? Because if I'm using sine, do I need to use the like anti-sine, like sine H? Is that what the thing is? No, it's still doing the same thing. Oh, that's hyperbolic. What is the anti-sine called again? It's been so long since I've done school. Sine inverse. Oh, arc sine. Right. Is there sine arc? Is there no arc sine? Godot arc sine. Arc. Oh, a sine. There we go. No idea if that's gonna do anything. Pav, Snow Angel, yeah. It does look like that. Alright, so that did not do anything. So it's not the A sine. I could change it to cosine. I don't think that's gonna do anything. It might make it more like a circle, but it doesn't really fix our problem. Doesn't work. ACOS? A cosine? It's just gonna look the same, probably. Okay, I don't think arc is doing anything, so... we've got tangent. This'll totally work, right? Nope, it's doing the exact same shape again. I don't know what's with that. I'm using a completely different thing. Ah, man. What other functions do we have in here? Oh god, there's so many. It's all global scope stuff. A-tan, A-sine, angle difference. Cosine H. Maybe a good old A-tan. It's still the same shape. I really don't know. I'm gonna have to research this more probably. I'm sure there is a math formula to do this, where you take like an angle and get the distance along a flat line. I'm sure there's gotta be. It's so wacky. Return. How would I even formulate this as words? Calculate distance of I can choose a polygon. The thing is I need like a smooth transition from point 0 to the maximum cast distance, right? And that's like one of the reasons why it's tricky for me to use like coordinates and polygons and stuff like that, because I don't know if there's an easy way for me to get like the in-between value between 2 points. You know what I mean? So it's a little tricky. I really would love to do it as a math formula, because I think it would be significantly easier. But I don't know. So I need to get like get distance. How do I even formulate this? I have no idea. It's like I want to clamp. How to clamp a circle with math. But I can't actually use the real clamp function, right? So I really don't know how you would like calculate this. I want to calculate basically a secant or a chord, right? Calculate circle chord. That's to calculate the length. But I need to know like the distance of a chord of a circle from the origin point of the circle. Which is a little crazy. Not gonna lie. This is what I need to know. If I could create a formula for calculating that, then I can put this line across our circle wherever I want. Let's go look at this. So C to D is what I want to know. So you create 2 triangles between the two, which makes sense. So we have the first angle and the last angle. Kind of. I feel like I need to draw this out. So basically what I have here is our origin point. We have this angle here, and this is like 45 degrees. Whatever degree symbol. And then we have an arc over here. And this is like a big circle. So like it does go like this around the player. So I need to know like how do I get a point from here to my arc at whatever like height I want. It is really complicated. I have no idea, guys. Maybe what I'm trying to do here is actually really stupid and won't make any sense. What other kind of functions are there in geometry? Because who knows? Maybe there is a thing inside of geometry 2D that lets me do what I want. Get like distance between, you know, 2 points. Because I think I can say get closest point to segment. But that's getting a point. Polyline. Line intersects line. Merge polygons. I have no idea. Well, I'm gonna have to come back to this another time because we've been going for 4 hours, but it's a complicated little problem. I'm still not 100% sure what to do about it. I mean, I can change the whole way the casting works, but it's going to feel really bad if I don't do it this way. Because it's going to be like you're casting, and normally right now it just goes smoothly goes out to the maximum and then back into the beginning point. It feels good. But then if I don't do that, if I clamp it, it's going to like go out and it's going to just stop, even though your progress bar isn't filled up. So it's going to be like this, like progress bar going up, it stops, progress bar keeps going up, and then it comes back. That's going to feel really bad because with the maximum casting mechanic, like you're casting, you've hit maximum cast, but your progress is only like halfway through. You're not at maximum power. So it just looks really strange. It feels weird. It's like, this is not actually maximum power. I just can't cast further for some reason. So I want to make sure that if we have like a shape, any arc that we send out should have like a smooth interpolation from beginning to end. So that's why it's complicated. Yeah, I don't know. I just need to keep researching. I know there's probably a way to do this. I just need like a formula essentially that nullifies the arc of the circle and just turns it into a flat line. Right. So I can get like a distance from the origin to the circle and I can just cut it. And that's what I need. Easier said than done apparently though, so I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, let's raid Bo Problem. He's working on some stuff right now. Why not? Yeah, crazy. I mean, sorry for the stupid boring math stream. That's not fun. We're gonna go raid out. Yeah, thank you everybody for coming in. We'll be live again tomorrow at 3:30 MDT. It's Sunday tomorrow, right? Pretty sure. Feel free to wishlist lured in, play the demo, grab Starground if you want, join the Discord if you want, and yeah. Sounds good. Okay. Bye everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye everyone. Bye bye.